Hey there. Wither, I just want to let you know, despite the appearance of you being first, Karina came into chat before the show even started, before it went live, got into the chat feature, and fucking said that they were going to be here and that they're lurking. They literally, they beat me to the damn show. Just so you know, Wither. Yes, RV. Sorry, it's over here. Oh, we kicked some music off in the background for me. Yeah, it's like when I saw you come in, I was like, oh man, Wither's never gonna fucking make it. Then Stegger, thank you for the follow. A Quaid. Hey Kismet, Straya, Cassidy, Kvass, hey Kvass, hey Me Toad, yeah. We'll see. Let me fast forward this. Oh, so so a couple of shootings over the weekend. Jesus fucking Christ. Hartford, 3-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy, both connected. New Orleans, 1 killed, 4 injured. Denver Metro, 3 separate shootings, late Sunday, early Monday. Knoxville High School today. Apparently there's 1 person dead at that. Rockford, 1 dead, 1 injured. Yeah. Just a few. You guys said it in the stream title. I'm fucking numb to it. I'm an American. What do you want? I think you mean several freedom-related events. Exactly. Let's see. He, I mean, luckily didn't, actually get shot. He just got pepper sprayed and apparently, like, hit in the knees with a baton. Yes, Estrella. And Jesus Christ. Yeah. The judge in the Chauvin trial refused to sequester the jury. So they're fully aware of the shooting that just happened. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I was, let's see. Chicago had 24 shot, 3 fatally in the just this weekend alone. Yeah. So that's a thing. Luckily he's been pepper sprayed before by our military as part of his training. Except they don't. That's the hilarity, Redneck. Like, I bet you and I both could, I mean, it'd be, nope, this isn't a gun. Like, without even looking, you just grab it and you'd be like, nope, that's not the weight of a gun. It just... What the fuck is wrong with you? This is why cops shouldn't have guns. They're terrible with them. Private gun owners are so much better with their firearms than the police probably ever will be at this rate. I just... Quasi, my old 380 weighs more than a taser. It's... I thought I was grabbing my taser. Bullshit. Bullshit. That or you're just a horribly trained cop. Either way, which is it? Either it's gross negligence and incompetence on the part of the police department, or it's you're full of shit, which I'm going to lean towards full of shit. But do cops even get any gun training besides pull the trigger whenever? Range certification. They're like range certifications, and that's about it usually. The departments don't like spending money on ammunition. Not kidding. They don't like spending money on ammunition. So it's very rare they put any rounds downrange. Fair enough, cost. Wither, there are some, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think the shooting is way more clear cut that the training in Minnesota is really, really bad. It's not Minnesota. It's the country. It's the country. Oh. This is this one, Estrella. It was Minneapolis, a suburb of Minneapolis. But yeah, Dante Wright was the shooting victim. He was 20. He was shot 14 miles north of where George Floyd was killed. Yeah. And I mean, according to the body cam footage, you hear a female voice yell taser, and then you hear a gunshot. And then you hear the female voice say, "Holy shit, I just shot him." Cops are terribly trained. Oh no, I shot him. Ooh. When I lived in Oklahoma, the police and SWAT range was right by the dump and animal control building, so we heard the cops practicing regularly, but it was a relatively small department with limited cops. Fair enough, Cassidy. Solurial, 3 days a week I go live at 5:30 p.m. Like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Cave, yeah, it looks like she may be more too stupid to work with Silly Putty by the Frank. Jesus, redneck. Yeah, oh yeah, Cassie, 100%. I mean, that's been a meme on the channel for fucking ages now. That you want to talk gun control, fine. No guns for cops, guns for everybody else. But that's just me. Oh yeah, Marcus, if you want to free market this shit, private insurance. Yeah. Private insurance policies for malpractice or whatever you want to call it for the police officers, and the insurance companies would just refuse to insure them. If you're required to carry the insurance policy, like doctors and nurses and lawyers, then what you can do is hand it over to the private insurance industry and just let their greed drive the reform. They would most assuredly refuse to pay out after the first time. They'd cover one incident, they'd jack the rates through the roof. If you managed to pay those rates and you had another incident, they'd fucking probably cancel your policy. So, I mean, there is actually, I mean, don't tell me the fucking ANCAPs. There's a free market solution to this, actually. Yeah, there legitimately is. Like, you could end run this by requiring individual police officers, not through the union, not through the public organization, but individually require them to carry private insurance for malpractice. It would sort itself out pretty quickly. Yes, Wither, I do agree. If we're not going to do anything about the amount of guns, which, again, I don't think we're going to anytime soon, then, yeah, American kids should at least grow up with some gun safety classes. Like, there should be firearms training. We were discussing it one night. We think somewhere around the age of 8. Something like in the 8 to 12 range, but definitely, like, sooner rather than later. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the few unions that shouldn't exist with her. Yeah, it's the least we can do.
Let it go.
Yeah, I you know, 8 seems like a reasonable age. Marcus. All right, so this one goes on this one that shoots, and this one goes on this one that shoots. Just keep them straight. Keep them straight. Yeah. Gundams. Yep. Gun condoms, Gundams, Gundams. Fuck yeah, we're going there. Docks and hospitals both carry malpractice, kill lots of people, and insurance pays out frequently. They make loads of money from cops if it was mandated. Fair enough. Voss, I know that feeling. I mean, not at that level, but I mean, yeah. I did a fair amount of growing up around firearms with decent access to some trainers that are fairly infamous at this point. But yeah, it freaks me out that, I mean, especially cops, quite frankly. Like, a lot of private gun owners, I'm not bothered by. But it seems that, like, one of the fundamental rules of firearms ownership, cops just don't understand that once you pull that trigger, you own that bullet, because they don't own that bullet. And I mean, the shit that cops get away with for private firearms owners, just have to sit back and be astounded by. Like, are you shitting me? Like, I'd be in cuffs in downtown immediately for half of the shit they pull. Just the flagrant disregard for public safety and waving their guns around, their shitty gun handling, their lack of trigger discipline, their willingness to fire rounds at just about anything and everything if they perceive it as a threat. I mean, it's legitimate. I mean, they just toss rounds. That's their first instinct. And where it goes, who gives a shit? I mean, look at Breonna Taylor. How many of those fucking rounds didn't even hit Breonna Taylor? They ended up going through the fucking wall. Like, it was ridiculous. They're some of the worst trained people with firearms, probably in the world, quite frankly. Cave. Exactly, RV. When you go to grab your Zappy Pure, what would you know is super light and on your left side? Oops, grab my Death Pure on my right side. Hope I get sympathy. Well, we'll see what happens with her. You got any article links to that? Oh, even Paris, by the way. Paris went on lockdown after somebody shot up a hospital, and the gunman fled on motorcycle. So we weren't the only one this weekend. Who shoots up a hospital, Cassie? Surprisingly frequent occurrence. Yeah. Somebody rolled up outside a private hospital in Paris. They even suspect it may be a targeted assassination based on only 2 people getting shot. But yeah. Yay, not just us. I mean, this is the thing. It's more about the wellness of your society than anything else. A few years back, we had a hostage situation at a Wells Fargo in my tiny 30,000 town in middle Nebraska. It was resolved fairly easily. One shot fired was a negligent discharge from the SWAT sniper or whatever into the roof of the building across the street when he was positioned. Interesting. All right, there's one. Hey, get in the kitchen, unless shot. I will inform my black boyfriend. I'm sure he'll be interested to know that we don't like each other. I'm sure he'll appreciate the update. Hold on, I should probably text him right now, actually. Yeah, or... Oh. Marcus, this is a black dude. I'll inform my Asian boyfriend. Try harder, sweetheart. Peanut. Try better. No, Karina. No. 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 Secret to a good relationship. Don't move in. It's been that way for quite some time. We much prefer it that way. Exactly, Quaid. Exactly. Fair enough, Angie. Thank you for the warning. Lil Nas X does not exist. We got a homophone here. Oh, RV. Boo Boo, you gotta try harder. You're not gonna, I know you're looking to like trigger some libs or something like that. You're on the wrong channel for it. You're not gonna accomplish your goal here. You're just kind of not creative and not funny to us. You're just kind of boring, quite frankly. Maybe step up your game. A little more surrealism in your trolling would probably go a long ways. You're just sort of doing hackneyed alt-right talking points, which is, I mean, sure, I guess. It might work. It might play in some places. Right? Exactly, Cass. We're just going to laugh at you. Like, you don't, it doesn't land here. Sorry. Ugh. Heck, Voss. Let's see. So, Ukraine has officially told Russia to pull back the troops. The U.S. is warning Russia of potential costs. If they don't pull back the troops, it's going to be a whole fucking thing. It's going to be a whole fucking thing. You may not be a joker, but you are a fucking clown. Yeah, probably. Get some of that McGinsky Act shit back. Let's see. Nice, Cave. Nice copy pasta. Let's see. Oh, yes. Today's still the 12th. Today is still the 12th. 60 years ago today, Yuri Gagarin became the first human being to travel to space that we know of. Yeah. I like a good progress. A little bit of transhumanism, a little bit of exploratory process. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, and there was a joint investigation by 60 Minutes and some organization called The Age. Literally dug up photos of Australian soldiers committing war crimes in Afghanistan. There were hundreds of photos on several USB sticks that were buried in a child's lunchbox by Australia's most decorated former SAS officer or soldier. And so they literally tracked these fuckers down and dug up evidence of Australians committing war crimes in Afghanistan. Just a thing that happened. Just FYI. Just looking at conversation up there on Discord. Yeah. Really? That's all you have? Man, you're boring. Like, I kind of want to just time you out just because you're a boring cunt. Ugh, fuck it. Let's see. Yeah, no, right straight. Time him out to give him time to come up with better jokes. All he said, I blocked it just because it was pointless, but let's just say he made a reference to towels and Middle Easterners. That's it. Like, who cares about... That's actually better. Yeah, no, RB, their troll game is not on point. Whoever they are, they're just sad. It's just a sad attempt. Oh, let's see. So, shit ton of shootings. Ukraine's ramping up. Paris had a shooting. Oh, New Mexico's governor is going to sign the recreational cannabis bill into law. So that's a thing. Oh, whether you're young. Trust me, there's so many. So many. Let's see. Yeah, what are you making, Angie? Oh, did everybody see Elon Musk's latest dumbass venture? Here in Las Vegas. Let's see, how do I... Oh, interesting, I can do that from here. They did a... They built a Hyperloop for the Las Vegas Convention Center. Well, it's okay. It's a tunnel. It's been described as a crappy Disneyland ride. It's literally a tunnel. You get in near a bus stop and you go underground and you get in a Tesla that is driven by a human being that goes no more than 35 miles an hour, goes up the ways a bit, and you tell them whether you need to go to the east or west drop-off, and so you go to the east or west drop-off. 4 people fit in a vehicle. They had to buy the Teslas. They have to staff all of the drivers for the Teslas. It goes no faster than 35 miles an hour. It goes like a few blocks, and it cost us $55 million for the fucking tunnel. Oh, but there's RGBs in the tunnel. So it's like blue and red and shit. Like it's, ooh, look, what would happen if you paid $55 million and you got a Tesla and an acid trip? It's, again, Rev, yeah. Driven by humans. No faster than 35 miles an hour. Yeah, gamer tunnel. Maybe, Marcus. Literally and it took 2 years to build. So a bus could have been, hey Sue, a bus, you could have bought 4 bendy buses for less cost than they paid for the Teslas. You would have less running costs as far as staff and overhead go. You could have had it up and running right away, and you wouldn't have had to pay the $50 million to dig the tunnel. Hey, Memphis. Oh, you're adorable. Get in the kitchen. But everybody on this channel knows Kai's never actually ridden a bus. I've never been on a public bus. The only public transport, I've always lived in rural areas. And so there was never really any public transportation, and the Las Vegas public transportation is utter shit. If you don't have a car here, you're fucked. Especially when doing contract field work. So, yeah, I've never ridden one. So, it's, it is hilarious though. No, Karina, it's just a tunnel. You just go down some stairs. There's a bunch of LEDs, fucking colors, and yeah, the fucking Vegas sign, and like a few like slots where Teslas pull up and park, and 4 people at most can fit in them at a time. If you're lucky, usually 3 because driver. And you get in and you go like a quarter mile that way and you get out. And this cost us $55 million. And running, because we're going to have to pay to keep it there. It's the world's crappiest Disney ride. Here, actually, you know what? Let me pop a browser. Is this Tesla's actual? This is gonna be fucking hilarious. All right. You know what? Actually, all right. Let's look at it. All right. So here it is. Stairs are over there. Sorry, over there. You come on down the stairs. These are the parking slots. Get funny. God damn. Come back in 10 minutes funny, or I don't know, something. Like you're just not funny. $55 million. Yes, Estrella, we do. See? But it's got LEDs, guys. Vegas fast forward. Sure. At 35 miles an hour. I mean, did you catch that? You can see the convention center from it. And this is for the convention center, which admittedly is a big building. It's a big complex, but Sue, it's the definition of a traffic jam. You can only take 3-4 people at most if you're willing to cram in the back of the vehicle. The vehicles can load a maximum of 4 people per minute. This is the limitation of it. A bus could do this run and have 120 people in it, and they could go above 35 miles an hour. This is just pointless. This is literally a crappy Disney ride. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, $55 million in fucking tax money. Curious. I told you, like, this is. It's difficult to convey how exactly lame this is for the cost. Oh, no VIPs would take this. You take, yeah. This is not. Yeah. Oh, you want to talk fucking vanity sports project? Yes, look at the fucking arena we just built here for like $1 billion. Which isn't even impressive compared to the other casinos. And we're back. And you'll notice they're limited on their parking. They can only onboard so many people. You can only have the flow rate of this tunnel is such that realistically you can only do so much. Yeah. RGB lighting is expensive. It's, I don't, like I said, $55 million. Your utility truck better fit. And let me get you, that's too small. All right, you want to see, here's what it does. All right, so all these design options, didn't get fucking used, basically. It goes from, I do believe it goes from here to here. It goes 2 to 5. So 5 to 2. That's, I believe, the final project. Yes. Yep. Here it is. $55 million. And the maximum flow rate on it is maybe 3 bus loads per hour. You could put 4 buses into service, and a bendy bus is 120 people. You can offload and load them usually under 90 seconds. You could do this route in potentially, you could probably do this route in 15 minutes on a busy day. So let's say 4. You could probably get about 1,000 or more people doing this run on a surface bus in the same amount of time that you could get maybe 240 people. using the Tesla tunnel. It's inefficient. It's just a fucking joke. It's just a fucking joke. Exactly, public. Like, well, what else would we spend it on? Fucking the poor. Oh, Recturbator. No, that's actually been a concern. Is what happens in that tunnel if there's a wreck. There aren't any, like, immediate emergency exits to the side, and the tunnel is far more cramped than you would expect it to be. It's actually, they got away with a lot of stuff because it's shorter, and they're expecting that people can flood out of the ends in an issue, but no, that has been brought up as well. That if there was like a lithium fire in the middle of one of those tunnels, things could get interesting. The amazing part is you already have monorail, cabs, limos, car service, buses, tour vans, Ubers, etc. And we need a Tesla tunnel. Why? Yeah, Cassie, no fucking idea why. Yeah, no idea. Does it goes to Elon house's? Does it go from Elon's house to his workplace like that Hyperloop did before he moved? Yeah, no, it's downtown by like near the convention center. Yeah, oh yeah, no Cubos I have. You're up to those EMTs who have to start booking it. Like I said, yeah. So that's what's happening in Vegas right now. Is we're all kind of a little perturbed that we dropped $55 million on Musk's latest vanity project for the Vegas tunnel or the Tesla tunnel or whatever the fuck we're calling this stupid piece of shit. Yeah. Don't worry, the next great innovation that the genius inventor Elon Musk will bring us is to make it easier for the cars to ride along. Chances are they'll put them on a track system. I'm not kidding. Watch. That's the kind of shit that he does. It's the kind of shit they do all the time. Fucking, like, just build a goddamn train. In fact, based off of, occupancy loads, they would have been better off actually putting in something like one of these. I'm not kidding you. Like, had they put one of these stupid little mini trains in that are at, like, theme parks, the capacity rate would have increased. We'd have been better off putting in a fucking novelty train system. Jesus, Cave. Don't put it in chat. Oh, yeah. Angie, I mean, we haven't done it on stream, but, I mean, for sure, yeah. Lithium fires are a hell of a thing. Exactly, public. Probably would have gone faster. There's also, what was the car that Hammond crashed? The last car that Hammond crashed that was a electric sports car. Took it down a hillside in like Switzerland or something like that. That thing burned for a couple of days. Like they had real trouble with that thing. Once it ignited, just let it burn. Time for train rights, I hear. Fuck yeah. Jesus, Cubus. Quick with the fucking memes. What have we kissed in the Tesla RGB tunnel? Kvass, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. We have a really hilarious storied history with that sort of stuff in Las Vegas. When we first installed a monorail system here in Las Vegas, we started having all sorts of breakdowns and problems with it. And Disney offered to send their engineers to fix the Disney class monorail system. And Las Vegas refused to accept their help. They said, no, we don't need your people. So we spent many, many more millions of dollars trying to fix our monorail system. So, yeah, Las Vegas has this really interesting history of fucking up public transportation to ironic and hilarious degrees. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if there were massive problems with that thing. We didn't start the fire. That's that. You're standing on the line right there, Kaiser. Just don't take another step forward. Yeah, we were just talking about your stupid Vegas project. That is absolutely asinine and a waste of taxpayer money, like most of the things Elon gets up to these days. Yeah, not stupid. It has gamer colors. It does. It's got RGB for sure. Yep. Your tunnel is shit. Dumbass tunnel. What up, mate? Fucking dumbass tunneling fuck. The tunnel has a deeper meaning. Yeah. So that's what Vegas is up to. We're also banning, we're trying to ban ornamental grass. So lawns. Vegas is actively trying to ban lawns. It's still making its way through. But yeah, we're trying to get rid of lawns here. Caboose. Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I don't like the authoritarian overreach. I don't like the banning by, government entities. I am an anarchist after all. I would much prefer the populace get on board with the sort of Zenescaping. But, yeah. Critical, actually not a huge one. See, that's the thing. Nevada only takes like 1.8% of the Colorado River. Of course, we did tap an aquifer. We don't contribute a lot to the downstream water loss. Upstream, for sure. But that's been battled. I don't know if we are still WA Northern Aquifer. Wonder if we lost that or not. Yeah. Okay, they lost that. So we're not even grabbing from up north. The pipeline was indefinitely suspended. So yeah, we're not even like, that is, well, that's right, 1.8%. That's our water take out of the downstream. I was just looking at it the other day, due to the lawn thing, but yeah, oh yeah, we'll buy it. But yeah, we're not even taking from upstate anymore. Yes, Cassiopeia, it is pretty high. There's one next door to me. My neighbor directly over that way has a lawn, and I kind of don't want him to get rid of it, to be perfectly frank. A bunch of us use it. It's not huge. It's not huge, but a bunch of us, like, we're all sharing a singular little lawn for all intents and purposes in this, like, cul-de-sac. You know, we'll go hang out on his lawn and, you know, lay down in the sun or talk in the afternoon and that sort of stuff. So it is sort of gathering place for a few of the neighbors. So, you know, I would like to keep that little patch, to be perfectly honest. But, you know, end of the day. Yeah, sure, Karina. That's doable. I'm guessing I'm fortunate to be in a place that steals water. Yeah, we don't really steal it. Oh yeah, Australia. We've done like Vegas has made giant strides in our water consumption, our water recycling, you know, maximizing the usage out of the water, utilizing gray water for a whole host of things, you know, dialing back a lot of the unnecessary watering programs. Oh, she's insane though. Yeah, Southern Nevada Water Authority. I don't know what she is. If she's a director or... I think she might be a commissioner, actually. Who's our management team? There we go. Chair. There we go. It's the chair. The chairperson of the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Rev. Now, over to Musk. Nice. Now if I can just steal some emeralds from my rich-ass apartheid daddy, then I'll already be rich so I can get into a new market, like computing early, then patent an obvious solution to something, then I'll have a shitload of money. No, I don't want you Zoomers in charge of anything, eco. You guys are too... you trend toward eco-fascism. Now we keep a large chunk of grass for my animals, and I don't water it. We get 70 inches of rain a year. If that'll do the job. And I've turned a chunk into food forest and let the rest go to native wildflowers. Respectable, Cassidy. Respectable. Yeah, oh yeah, it's, Caboose. Yeah. Crabgrass is a resilient motherfucker. These parts we do what's called xenoscaping. Let me do. Xeriscaping, sorry. So these are sort of some examples of, like, this is fake. That's just not even real grass. But this sort of stuff we're encouraged to do in our part of the world. So, these are legitimately, this one's more California, but these are legitimately the kind of lawns or yards you'll see around our parts. Context, the money is to buy into the Tesla Founders Club like he did, not to waste or anything. Yeah, Hey, Smite Knight. Let me see. Yeah, well, I mean, we are the Southwest after all. Oh, my shoulders are sore today. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Nice meme. What do we got? As for the chunk that's grass, it's not actually grass anyone would want. It's mainly clover, purslane, and weeds the chickens like. Chickens and ducks don't actually like grass much. You know... Marcus, yes, but I'm on the East Coast and my lawn is a sign of my virility. So what now? Oh, I guess, you know, if you want to be more ecologically friendly, Marcus, I guess you just have to walk around with your dick out to prove your virility directly rather than using a proxy such as your lawn. If you want to be truly environmental, you need to let that go back to wild, wild plants and wildflowers and native plants and grasses and that sort of thing. And so, in the future, just walk around with your dick out instead, and that will prove your alpha status and your virility instead. See, there you go. See, 2 birds, 1 stone. Yep. Mulata, but think of the children. Oh, there's a joke there for sure. For those of you who don't know Kai's sense of humor yet, my sense of humor is pretty fucking dark, actually. Yeah. Mulata, he already was. Nice. Oy vey. All right. And Marcus, I'm not touching that. Should have been born rich. I know, right? You meant yards where hearse went in, didn't you? That's a weird ass autocorrect, Karina. Bad practice. Bad. Wait, no, I mean, should have worked as hard as me. I enjoy the weird Elon Musk roleplay account thing you've got going on there. Definitely not Elon Musk. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. Who wants on the air? Let's just start opening this up. Let's start doing the just chatting thing, and we'll see where we land. Which one of you debaucherous, degenerate motherfuckers wants to start talking about God knows what? Oh, Will Smith and some other person, Antoine Fuqua, who I've never heard of, admittedly. Maybe I have. I don't know. Pulled their film from Georgia over the Georgia voting laws. Every time I try to work hard, I get done for sexual harassment. I know, right, Marcus? Poor guy. Oh, God. What now? All I see is the headline. The Christian right is racking up huge victories in the Supreme Court thanks to Amy Coney Barrett. Thank you, RV. Beat them with the submission stick. Or the compliance stick. Let's see. So they're dismantling Employment Division v. Smith, which ruled religious objectors must follow neutral laws of general applicability. They're also, okay, so their new decision, 5-4 in Tandon v. Newsom, doesn't explicitly overrule Smith, but it makes it easy for religious objectors to refuse to comply with the law that Smith is, so that Smith is basically a dead letter. Interesting. So there's one. There's Dunn v. Ray, Trump v. Hawaii, Holt v. Hobbs. Interesting. As Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in South Bay United Pentecostal Church versus Newsom, a case decided before Barrett joined the court, public health decisions typically, quote, should not be subject to second guessing by an unelected federal judiciary, which lacks the background competence and expertise to assess public health and is not accountable to the people. Did our Chief Justice call the Supreme Court incompetent? I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court Chief Justice called the Supreme Court incompetent. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Hey, Cat. Well, I mean, yeah, that's basically. Oh, and yeah, you know what? We want to seed it, Cat. Fucking, if you want to jump in. I was just gonna go into the like, just chatting territory of the show, but I stumbled upon a fucking article discussing how the Christian right is like making Supreme Court moves. And yeah, it legitimately, the Chief Justice wrote that. Interesting. I mean, isn't that sort of the deal with the Supreme Court? Like, if you don't have the background competence or expertise to assess something, can't you get like experts on literally anything? You're the Supreme fucking Court. Call somebody. Like, hey, we need you to testify. Like, we need expertise. Like, this is just. Oy vey. All right, cool. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and then there's Holt v. Hobbs, and then Dunn v. Trump versus Hawaii, and then Dunn v. Ray, which all basically are, like, from what I can tell, violations of First Amendment liberties, but targeted towards Muslims directly. So, yeah, looks like the Christians are at it again. Fun times. Fun times. Hey, Rich. How did you end up on a... Oh, avocado. Okay. It's like, how'd you end up on an avocado toast meme? Oh, I want the thing off my screen until then. Let's see. Oh, lovely. Leaked video reveals GOP plan to intimidate black and brown voters in Houston. Let me, do we have the video? All right, we do. All right, let's give it a look really quickly.
So I'm trying to get, encourage and recruit as a precinct chair about 30 people in my precinct that will have the confidence and courage to come down and here in these areas where we really need poll workers, because this is where the fraud is occurring. All right. So me finding poll watchers out here is not, it helps, yeah, but it's a pretty safe precinct. We've got to get folks in these suburbs out here that have, a lot of Republican folks that got to have the courage. If we don't do that, this fraud down in here is really going to continue.
All right. All right. Just wanted to see it. Just wanted to see it.
Amazing.
It's all those brown and black people that are constantly committing fraud.
Yep. Every time.
Oh, Public, I like avocados. Avocados are good. You work in H-Town. RV timed out Estrella for 6 seconds. Oh, abuse of powers. Look at the abuse of authority right there.
Oh, nice.
I work in H-Town, was there for quite a while. Fuck the Texas GOP. No, wait, don't fuck them. Condemn them. This is... Fuck, man. This is gringo. Estrella was a political prisoner. Hashtag Estrella. Hashtag free Estrella.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Estrella. You've now been a political prisoner.
Yeah.
There's basically no difference between you and take your pick. Who's your favorite political prisoner? I mean, there's like Estrella and Nelson Mandela. They're basically the same person.
Chelsea Manning.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly. Hashtag free Estrella. Free Mumia. Yeah, oh yeah. Wither. I talked about that a couple of days ago, actually. Like, that we were moving carrier strike groups. Or a carrier strike group. We have... I forget how many strike groups we have. 8 or 9? I forget how many carrier strike groups we have. Most of them are usually closer to us, though we do have one we keep deployed at all times. I do believe in and around Japan. But yeah, we're moving a carrier strike group into the South China Sea. So.
It's so weird how Biden has been so much tougher on China than like Trump ever was.
Do you agree that all prisoners in the U.S. would be considered political prisoners? I get the point, but I still feel like there's big differences between the two. I think that there's an argument to be made for like almost like a medical classification. Like you have like a class 1, a class 1A tear, a class 1B tear, that sort of thing. They aren't necessarily like more or greater or more special or less special. It's just a grading system. It's just you have to have some method for differentiating between the two. And I think there would be an argument to be made that while yes, it could be argued successfully that all prisoners in the U.S. are political prisoners due to the politicized prison industrial complex that we have, there would also be a subset of those prisoners that are classic political prisoners that were put there because of their political activism, their political leanings, their political viewpoints, or the organizing or activism they did within a community, and it was to stifle or stamp that out that they were put in jail directly for. And so I think that you would have sort of a 1A, 1B sort of scenario where, yes, you definitely can argue all prisoners in the U.S. are political prisoners, but there are classically political prisoners in our prison system as well.
There's also just people who killed motherfuckers.
There are them as well.
Yeah, like, like some people, like, for some people it was just kind of a fuck around and find out situation,
Fair enough. Let's see. Stray also. I will not be silenced.
The fuck's Kautsky?
Nope. I was just about to highlight it.
Karl Kautsky, Czech philosopher. Okay. Oh, he's Czech and Austrian. All right, I can. Okay. Okay.
He was one of the most authoritative promulgators of the orthodox Marxism after the death of Engels. So.
Okay, so my guess is that like he was like the one libertarian Marxist, and all the other like Marxists hate him for it.
Well, Jacobin has Why Kautsky Was Right and Why You Should Care as an article. Vision for Democratic Socialism. Viable strategy to overcome capitalism.
Oh, that's why. He fucking sided with the Social Democrats.
Oh. Yeah, that figures.
Yeah. He got Luxembourg.
Yep. Kautsky's Democratic Road to Socialism.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Not a fan of Leninism. Not a fan of Stalinism. Yep. History has confirmed Kautsky's predictions. Yeah. Yeah. So they hated him because he was right. That happens. Yeah.
Pretty much it's just like he wasn't like down to murder and slaughter a bunch of people as much as everybody else. You know.
Woman arrested after refusing to return the $1.2 million mistakenly put into her account. Former sheriff's dispatcher, suburb of New Orleans, refused to return her. Apparently, they accidentally deposited $1.2 million into her brokerage account. Taken into custody on charges of theft, bank fraud, illegal transmission of monetary funds. I'm sorry. This is bullshit. You fucked up. It's not her money. She has no legal claim to that money except for putting it into her account. I get it. Hey, Sassy. No, Rev. It was the brokerage. It was the brokerage's fault, not hers. She just refused to return it.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah, that was hilarious. That was like, a little bit ago, but the BBC had to set up a complaints line dedicated for too much TV coverage of Prince Philip's death. That's how many people were calling in to bitch.
Sounds about right.
For fuck's sake. No one gives a shit. Yeah, and France is doing a nuclear push. They're trying to get nuclear power more mainstream in Europe. We'll see how that goes, given France's history of nuclear dumping right off their coast.
Right.
They used to just dump the nuclear waste right into the coastline, or right off the coast. So, we'll see. We'll see how their reputation holds with that one. Hey, Zippy. Jesus Christ.
Hey, what's going on in chat?
Estrella. However, avocados are nothing more than capitalist propaganda, and anyone who claims to like avocados isn't a principled leftist and is a counter-revolutionary and reactionary and should get the wall.
There was a time when I used to find jokes like that funny.
You've known too many tankies at this point.
Yeah, it's just like, God, like...
This is like, Estrella's been spending too much time around him. Like, Estrella can talk like them now.
See, I can too. It's just like...
Well, that's why you're, like, ugh. It's a little too accurate.
Yeah.
Hey, Ramsey. Estrella missed the QAnon talk. I enjoyed the QAnon talk. Dude, QAnon's they're always fun. Like it's always like it's that Pepe Silva. You have to make like 1,000 leaps to get to the position, and it's always amusing to see the sort of mental gymnastics that they have to do to arrive at their position. Yeah. It is amusing. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Cato Institute put a fucking tweet out yesterday. Why you should knock so-called sweatshops if you're about women's empowerment.
This is gonna be good.
It's just fucking Cato Institute doing a capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. QAnons are an interesting thought exercise. But, I mean, that's the same. The tankies are, like, in that same territory. That it's deep state, empire, imperialism, CIA. Like, you know. What was that? Oh, that was just a CIA agent. I'm sure. You know, something falls off your shelf. CIA! CIA! So, yeah.
It's nice to see that nobody respects Glenn Greenwald anymore. Well, nobody's sensible, but, you know.
Well, there's really a fascinating free market argument that gets made from time to time about how child labor laws hinder developing nations. And that there's this laissez-faire argument that goes along the lines of child labor are Jesus Christ, Ancom. Child labor is a developmental step in the process of industrializing and modernizing a nation, and that it's one of the transitory steps that a nation state will go through. And by restricting that step, what you're doing is slowing down or retarding the growth of that nation state's economic system. That you're actually hindering a portion of the potential of their growth economy. I've heard this argued before. Yeah, oh yeah. Exactly, Estrella. Like, you know, when you start making up CIA conspiracies, that negates the, you know, it negates the validity of all of the other CIA conspiracies. Marcus, that's a very interesting way to be wrong. It is a very interesting way to be wrong. That's a very interesting way of summarizing that. I'm quite a fan of it. Yeah, I would not prefer a more diverse ruling class, Cave. I'd just prefer the no more. Cave said I'd prefer a more diverse ruling class that's one made up of more than, you know, other than one made up of exclusively white males. But even better would be no ruling class. Yeah, I don't really care who I'm ruled by. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't care if we have trans drone pilots, you know, bombing school buses in the Middle East. I don't see that as progress. Crazy me, I know, right? You're ruled by your ex-girlfriend, apparently.
Oof.
Can't help you, Gringo. Can we get more trans drones, though, at least? Oh, God, don't let anybody on the right see you ask that question, Cassiopeia. That'll just be the next meme. Instead of Apache helicopter, it'll be fucking, like, Predator drone.
You know, I'm fine with it. If we get memed on for wanting to be, you know, Predator drones, that's fine. It's very American.
You need to learn to love the bomb. Still want to watch that movie? Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen... Jesus Christ, my brain is not engaged tonight. Strangelove. I was gonna go Love Strange. Dr. Strangelove. All drones matter. Let's see. Oh, what do we got? Yeah, I don't know who this is. Apparently somebody died in her sleep at age 30. Okay, so a model who appeared on the BET reality series Baldwin Hills. Never even heard of that TV show. And documentary America the Beautiful has passed away. She was 30 years old. Like, natural causes. What the fuck? Lupus, on dialysis. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, you know, she's a mother of one. Well, that sucks. But you know, beyond that.
I'm just wondering what it actually was, you know?
Yeah, I know, right? Age 30, natural causes, like, but I mean, lupus and dialysis, and they said she also had various health issues on top of that.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, so maybe, just maybe, she just got the short end of the stick.
Yeah. I mean, it probably didn't help that she started modeling at age 12. Youngest model ever signed to the runway division of LA Models. Also signed with Ford Modeling Agency. So, like, I know how toxic and fucked up the modeling industry is.
Dude, it's fucked.
So I can only imagine the things she did to her body to maintain weight and all of those other sorts of things that you have to do when you're professionally modeling. Yeah, so.
That is a lot of stress on the body, Chaotica.
Yeah, Ramsey. I'm still like, I'm sore from fucking yesterday. Like, I mean, here's the truth of the matter. Kai is like working out like a madman. For given how sedentary I was to start with, the speed at which I got off the blocks basically, is a bit ridiculous. So I'm a little sore from weights yesterday because, as Kat is aware, I discovered that, I mean, I've talked about this before. I have a TFCC tear, and it's getting in the way of me doing weights. But I found a brace that locks my wrist into place pretty solidly. And so if you can't feel the pain, then you just work through it. People who do athletic stuff, we're just the weirdest group. So, yeah, I did like 2 different sessions yesterday and I'm sore. And so I came in today and I was like, I've been awake for maybe 3.5 hours now. And one of the first things I do is get up and I'm fucking, 45 minutes of straight cardio. And yeah, so like my brain is a little, I don't know, flighty at the moment, not firmly engaged. It's more in a mode of singular task. Like right now, if I had to just like ride a bike for miles, I could just ride the bike for miles. My brain is in that mode where it's perfectly accepting of just being put on a singular task and just doing that task. So it's sort of still in exercise mode. And it's difficult to get it shifted out sometimes. And by the way, this is my coping strategy for years and years and years, is to get my brain into that mode so it can't be thinking about other things. It's just, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know what we're doing? We're running. That's it. Well, what about, nope, running. Well, we were thinking, running. That's it. Like, yeah. So... yeah, it's sort of where my brain is right now. Hell, I completely get that. I'm still sore from a few days ago. Yeah, I'm doing at present 2 to 3 days of weights, and then 2 to 3 days of cardio, and then rest days depending. So yeah, just trying to whip my body back into shape. I know for like muscle gains and stuff, I'll have to shift up some of the cardio and shift over towards the weights and stuff like that. But right now, I'm just trying to get this body back into the or some level of conditioning to where it can do stuff again with some sort of, I don't know, intensity that it used to be able to. Thank you, Wither. I'm being supportive, but I'm also quite startled by this, but I trust you to understand your body. Yeah, it's Rev. Naps help. Well, as long as your testosterone ain't driving you to brawl. I was never a fighter, Karina. I was never a fighter. It's not my thing. Chaotica, it's a good mode to be. Place of Zen, it is. Hey, thank you for follow Terra Supernova. Yeah, working out was coping for me too. Took a bit of a hit with the gyms closed. Yeah, dude, I was with the fucking neuropathy. You know, I got occasional exercise in. By occasional, I mean maybe once a month sort of situation. For all intents and purposes, I was sedentary for 8 years, going on 10, something like that. But you know, it helps that I was always active from the word go. So it's not like I'm having to learn new stuff, really, like a lot of people would be. A lot of people would be, you know, your first time doing a plank, your first time doing mad amounts of crunches, your first time having DOMS, or delayed onset muscle soreness, for those of you that don't put up with this sort of stuff. Yeah, I could only imagine what it would be like to be middle-aged and, you know, have been that sort of sedentary, lazy American your entire life, and then all of a sudden have, like, the wake-up call and have to, like, get in the gym and do shit. Because, I mean, it's bad enough for those of us that enjoy it. I can only imagine what it's like if you truly felt that it was, you know, hellish. No, I don't like Bolsonaro. Do you find you have more spoons in the day using the ability you brought up before? Karina, I do find I have more spoons in my day with the testosterone now. I can tell you, I'm going to break up when I get my the rest of my gear, because I ordered some other stuff that they sent me. They sent me a certain amount of syringes and a certain amount of hypodermics, and I don't like the volume of the syringes. I would like to do half my dose. I'd like to do 2 injections a week rather than 1 injection a week, because I can already feel off of the 1 injection a week that by like Sunday night, the sleep pattern starts to shift a little bit. You can start to sort of feel the crash off of the cycle. And so I want to split my dosage for the week, and you know, that way I don't peak and trough quite as much. But yes, I can already tell the energy levels are different. The sleeping, the quality of the sleep is better. It's less interrupted. There's far more drive to do things, and like right now, it's literally past injuries that hold me up. It's stuff like the neuroma in my right foot, or else I'd be, you know, I'd be hiking miles already sort of situation. It's the tear in my right wrist. It's the tweaked muscle under my scapula from, you know, back in the day, stuff like that, that are actually holding me back. Otherwise, I'd be going with even a little more force than I'm currently going. But yeah, no, for sure. There's no way around it. It's I wouldn't say night and day, but I could only imagine what a bodybuilder's dose of this stuff feels like. You know, I'm refraining from doing that. If I had another source, I might consider it just for shits and giggles. Do it a month. But quality of sleep. Who is she? I'm here at 4 a.m. Sister Ramsey. Dude, Ramsey, I'm telling you, that was one of the first things I noticed when I started supplementing my testosterone, is that my quality of sleep improved for the better. Less disruptive. Yeah, sincerely, like that was the first thing I noticed. Why is it so stupid difficult to do bicycles backwards? There's a YouTube video on a guy who learned to bicycle backwards. He did a reverse bicycle, and your brain switches eventually. You just have to keep at it. Your brain just switches. And first plank is real pain. A few years ago for me though, Ramsey. Yeah, somebody said, like I mentioned last week, that I was doing planks. And they're like, already? I'm like, they were always a part of my workout routine. Like, yeah. They're miserable, but they're great.
I'm pretty sure I was that person.
It was not just you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Cassidy mentioned it as well. And Marcus said, fuck, I missed a comma. How do you even? Fuck, that sounds like hell. It's just something that I grew up athletic. It helps. Childhood patterns help. If you grew up sitting in front of a TV eating like Cheetos all day and never going outside, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a rough time later in life. Like,
yep.
It's those brain patterns are formed, and they're extraordinarily difficult to manipulate later in life. Neuroplasticity decreases as you age, and there are a few ways to shake that up. Psychedelics are one of them. Psilocybin.
Learn a language.
Yeah. Language learning, psychedelics, life or death, like near-death experiences. Also, do it. But, yeah, there's limited amounts of reasons, really, or ways to increase neuroplasticity as you get older. And so those early childhood patterns that you form they're going to stick with you. If you're not careful, at least. Public, hey, don't call me out. I'm a master sleeper. I cycle everywhere. Let's go. Hey, Charm Hall. Let's see. Yeah, Charm Hall. That was one of the first things I noticed when I stopped smoking weed. I don't know, last year. I took 8 months off, something like that. The dreams come back. And it's like, God damn it, I was kind of happy with not dreaming sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, Rev, you probably shouldn't worry about the CTE. I've had multiple concussions already and all that shit, and I still somehow trick you people into thinking that I'm smart. I don't know how I do it, but hey.
Oh, well, Rev, I mean, it's highly unlikely to be a CTE, chronic.
Yeah, it would just be like an old concussion just bothering you today.
Yeah. But, I mean, for sure, go get yourself checked out. Go get an MRI. Go get a CAT scan if you've got good insurance or state insurance. Go get yourself checked out. Go see an endocrinologist. Get your levels checked. And you can even argue the range is it depends whose range you're using. It is hilarious. Testosterone normal range for males, depending on whose scaling you use, 250 units per milliliter, nanograms per milliliter. 250 to 1200 is the average normal range. And so even though you may be at 500, you can make an argument to want to go up to 1200. That, actually, when I was younger, I had much higher testosterone levels than what the average person experiences, and 500 is a steep declination for myself personally. And depending on how open-minded or how wink, wink, nudge, nudge your doctor actually is, they'll hook you up. And I gotta tell you, so far I'm happy. We're gonna keep the thing that Kai is most concerned about with doing TRT is hair. It is potential to lose hair or gain hair in other places. It's hair that I'm concerned with. Everything else, so far, so good. I like the return of some of the energy levels, and this shit's only going to increase. And by the 3 to 6 month territory is when you start to really see increases in lean muscle mass as a result of the supplementation alone, by the way. Yeah, there's an old HIV study about that what they found was supplementation of, I think, 150 mils per week was led to an increase of something like 3.6 kilograms of lean muscle mass by the end of 9 months. Yeah, so I'm content for now. Let's see. Now I wake up feeling bad because my friend is upset that we destroyed his cult after he tried to show the ring video to his public. Jesus Christ, public. Dreaming sucks. Numerous concussions from sports, says Cassie, I'm sure is part of my issue. I only was ever knocked out once due to head trauma, and it was young. It was, I attempted to do a stop on a soccer ball, and you do the tap on top and you glide over it, and I just put too much pressure down and just whoop, and just ended up inverted and waking up on the sideline, just sort of like, what? And that's the only time I've had that sort of traumatic head injury.
That'd do it.
Rev got smashed in the back of the head with a trailer jack when they were 7 in a pileup. Stitches, first responders said if I'd been wearing a seatbelt, I probably would have died. Problem is I don't have a doctor. Oof.
Yeah, you lived this long.
Bald Kai would still be amazing. Guy, dude, I would go to the ends of the earth to fix that problem. Trust me. Research compounds, fucking whatever I gotta do. Not doing the bald run.
I think that'd be an interesting arc, though.
Cassidy misses being able to dream. I gotta tell you, it's you know, I think it's overrated sometimes. Furthermore, after the accident, my personality changed, more introverted and withdrawn, developed social anxiety. Yeah, that's brain injury, for sure.
Yeah. That would do it.
Thank you, Charmhole. Wigs, my man, it's styling. You know, I'll try my route first. Better living through chemistry. See how many of you have seen that movie. I once got knocked out in a pillow fight as a kid. Keeps playing up every now and then. Jesus, Ramsey, you got knocked out by a pillow or because a pillow knocked you into something?
You can generate some fucking force with a pillow, son, let me tell you.
No. Copy address, seeing as we apparently haven't, Charm is like a scanner darkly? Nope. It's an actual movie. Better living through chemistry.
Hey, honey. You want to party?
Doug, it's a weekday.
I think it's been a mistake.
No mistake.
It's gonna be okay. You'll feel better before you know it.
It's called being a man, Doug. Give it a try.
You promised to get all the deliveries done before you go, right? Stop it. You have my word. Hi, honey. I'm gonna be late. Hey, rich people. You must be Mrs. Roberts.
You're just one of those authentically nice guys, aren't you?
Girls don't always go for honest and sweet.
Girls don't, but women do.
What happens now?
You never get a high on your own supply?
That's illegal.
Of course it is.
You deserve more.
But what am I gonna do about it? What if you died or something?
Let's do it.
Didn't know you had it in you.
Be surprised what I'm capable of.
Do you know what will happen if we get caught?
Papa Zanny and take it easy, baby.
Better living through chemistry. Olivia Wilde, I'm sold. Yeah, I have a soft spot for 13. She will forever be 13 to me, but those of you that get that reference too, good on you. Cassiopeia, I had a dream last night that I was at the zoo and met this super cool guy who then decided that he would take his pants off and walk through the rest of the zoo. Nobody even noticed because they were all looking at their phones. All right.
That's a dream.
Estrella said about the pillow thing. That was a statement from someone who has siblings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Estrella, trust me.
Yeah. Well, Karina, if you go the other way and do hormone supplementation, then yeah, that actually has been known to cure male pattern baldness, is when people do hormonal transitions later in life. There have been quite a few men who transition to female hormonally, and they actually start regrowing hair that they lost due to male pattern baldness. So, one way to do it. Ramsey said no, because I got hit with a pillow and probably smacked into the floor, but I don't remember that part. People just told me what happened after I got hit.
Well, I mean, if you were like concussed enough to like already lose your footing, then you know.
God, what is this? Yeah, I have a soft spot for 13. She will forever be 13 to me. But yeah.
Did you dirty cuz?
Yeah, well. Tara knew the reference. Yeah, Tara knew the reference. Let's see. Oh wait, I didn't pass out once I took a massive bong rip. I did pass out once when I took a massive bong rip. Stood up, fell over, hit my head on a doorway, and woke up under the table having a minor seizure. Oof, Rev. Cassiopeia, I started HRT last week. If I can get my hair back, that'd be great, but I'm not holding my breath. I have a couple of other suggestions for you, Cassiopeia, if you want to talk about them sometime. This is something some area that I have some knowledge of, if you want to stimulate hair growth. Karina, it actually it's not. Okay, so it's not directly the increase in testosterone level. What it is it's the increase in dihydrotestosterone. It's DHT levels that are correlated to increased male pattern baldness for those that are genetically susceptible to it. But DHT is downstream from straight test. And so the more test you have, depending on the sex hormone binding globulin that you have in your body, sort of dictates how much free testosterone you have and how much will be converted to DHT and that sort of thing. Metabolism, pharmacology, biochemistry, and metabolism. It's a whole fucking thing. Oh yeah, public. Yeah, it's actually growing back for some people. And one of the most fascinating cases of hair regrowth was in a gentleman who was mostly bald and was working in a coal mine, and there was a flashover and a coal fire, and it burned the fuck out of his head. And after it healed, he started regrowing hair. The damaged follicles and the damaged tissue was brought back due to the proliferation of the due to the vascular re-energizing, due to the damage to the area, and you can simulate that using microneedling. And so you can use, I mean, people talk about derma rollers. Don't do that. That's not a good idea. But you can get microneedling pens that people use on their faces. They can use on their scalp, but basically 0.2 to 0.5 millimeters, something like that. The needles are just, it's just, you know, it's like a fucking tattoo gun almost, but a bunch more needles. And due to the damage to the cellular, due to the cellular damage to the area, it will cause a proliferation of all sorts of growth hormones and growth factors to flood into that area. And in, as I said, one extreme case, one man had his entire head burned and started regrowing hair as a result of it. Let's see. Yeah, Cassie, that's why, I mean, derma rollers, they go in at an angle anyway due to the rolling aspect. It's not really good. You should be using a pen if you're going to go down the sort of... I burned myself for more hair. Gotcha. Exactly, Charm. That's exactly what I was recommending. Have you thought about using some essential oils for hair growth? I have some. I can even give you one free sample. So just try out. Oh.
See, Ramsey, I've long embraced the fact that I'm just gonna go bald, so it's just like roll with it. You know, hey.
No, laser's not a lie, but they can, your body can repair itself. So yeah, there's most assuredly possibility to regrow hair that you killed off years ago, Karina, for sure. Does losing consciousness do anything positive for the unconscious? No, not the way that we were talking about it, for sure not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, never lose consciousness due to, like, trauma. That's not good for you.
Or really ever, to be frank.
Well, I mean, you know, it's so you pass out from maybe drinking too much or, you know, having too many drugs or something like that. Okay, fine. There's a window there that I can accept have happen without, you know, too much damage being done. But yeah, acute trauma to the body and or head, resulting in loss of consciousness is usually really bad for your brain.
See, but here's my hot take, is that I think that, like, especially alcohol in particular, well, like, getting to the point where you're blacking out, you know, especially if you're doing it multiple times a week, you know, it obviously it won't get to the same levels as, like, straight up head trauma, but I think they're a lot more severe than people make them out to be.
Well, I think if you are blacking out from alcohol consumption, chances are you're not blacking out once. And I think that's where I think it's more accumulative damage than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if you're a blackout drunk, you're getting blackout drunk probably every weekend, or you're drinking through the week sort of situation. That's alcoholic territory.
Yep.
So, yeah. Trauma bad.
Trauma,
got it.
yeah, trauma is bad. That's kind of what I'm getting at, Estrella, is that our brain is not near... It's more resilient than people make it out to be, but it's not nearly as resilient as a lot of people think it is.
Oh, well, see, you're... Okay. So this is the arc, and I've seen it in my lifetime. It used to be the brain can't heal itself at all. Any damage done to your brain is permanent. Plain and simple. And this is the line that it used to be. And then we discovered that, in fact, the brain can reorder itself and remap itself. And in fact, neurons in the brain the brain can create new neurons and all these sorts of things. And so we swung the other direction on it, like probably right before you were born, quite frankly. And now we're sort of like figuring out to what extent, actually. Because for a lot of years, we thought, like, once you do damage to your brain, it's permanent. You live with it. And now we understand that there's growth, there's changes, there's healing that can happen, but now we're sort of dialing back to that sort of more conservative state of, okay, but to what extent? Let's not get too overexcited here. There's a few outlier cases that are super, intriguing and fascinating to look at. Rods puncturing straight through somebody's brain and them still having no deficit whatsoever and sitting there wide awake talking to people. But then there's cases of minor injuries resulting in massive amounts of cerebral disorder. So we're not really sure where we stand on that one quite yet.
Right.
Karina, there's both reparation. There's both repairing or reparation and adaptation as well. The brain can reorder and rewire and lean on other areas of the brain for processing. But there's also repairing that happens within the brain too. Cassie, those x-rays are amazing. Cassie knows exactly which one I'm talking about, probably even. Yeah. There are some really interesting and, like I said, fascinating cases of traumatic injuries to the brain, penetrating traumatic injuries to the brain, and just no functional loss whatsoever. And then there's stuff like, somebody gets a ball upside the head and they're never the same again. It's like, what? It's a very complicated organ. So.
Generally speaking, you should err on the side of just treating it right.
Yeah.
Means not hitting it, probably.
Rev, I know a guy who wiped out 60% of his brain tissue in a motorcycle accident. He wasn't even supposed to be able to walk again, but by the sounds of that, it sounds like he is.
Probably not well, but he's probably walking.
Oh. Oh man, I've talked to a few people who have had to relearn stuff like that, and I'm always curious. I'm like, what's it like? What was it like for you to relearn how to walk? Because most of us don't remember learning how to walk, and so things like that, relearning motor function is a hell of a thing.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Cassidy, I can take care of you with that one. I can even give me one sec. Let me pop that out. No, there we go. I just need a new window here. Let's see. Not ultra, just regular. There you go. This is Cassie. This is the one I use in your DM. It's an enhanced rather than just a straight. And I've had multiple, I trust this source. So there you go. Wither. Oh, poor Wither. Let's see.
Gotta meet people with her. Don't let that habit die in high school.
Wither's like fucking 18 or 19 already. Like that shit's already dead apparently.
That's what I'm fucking saying, son. It's like, look, this muscle's already in disrepair. You just gotta hit the gym. And by gym, I mean bar. And by bar, I mean, I don't fucking know what 18-year-olds do these days.
Oh, go to your local laser tag place.
Oh, yeah, just fucking, like, literally do anything. Even if something as simple as, like, going on a hiking route. Just do it. Like, literally whatever it takes to just get in a, like, 20-minute conversation, consider it a win.
Just thinking of some of the weird shit he could get into, and just to have that conversation. My brain just started like wandering there for a second. He walks fine, says Rev. He's a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, but it seems like the only lasting effect that he's like incapable of empathy. He tries harder to be a good person than anyone else I know because he knows his ability to feel for other people is lacking. Fascinating.
Fuck, I might actually have to get checked out.
Fascinating.
I really like just don't give a fuck about other people, and like to a very like unnatural degree.
I was in the same position for years and years and years that I didn't have any level of like I had a mild empathetic response, and so I spent a lot. That was part of the time was learning how to care about other people.
Right.
And yeah, eventually it does seem to again to fall back to the same analogy. It does seem to be like a muscle. You can develop it. Because now
I definitely softened a bit being around these lefties.
Yeah, now I'm, probably a little further on the other side, quite frankly, is that I can empathize very easily and at a great distance. But for a long time there, whatever. It was more of a logical exercise for me than it was, an emotive exercise. You're welcome,
Yep.
Cassidy. No worries, Ramsey. Fucking no worries. Get your sleep. Do what you gotta do. Pass the fuck out.
Rev, you're gonna need to give me the secret sauce on how anarchy and secular humanism restored your faith in people.
It's because you've read too much fucking Sterner. How much have we been warning you about this shit? You gotta.
I mean, I was already hesitant to begin with. Like even when I was like a nice little social anarchist. I don't fucking know, dude.
Oh yeah. Oh, right there. Right. That. Right there.
You got it.
Right.
Got that.
Yeah. Right there.
Yeah, my boy.
Yeah. Right. Right back here. And right in there.
I just realized I gotta put more color on you.
Yeah. That's it. Vascular flow. That sort of thing.
Looking good.
Restored what and who? Liar, says Karina. And thank you. Yeah, like I said before, I'm not like I can get pale, but I actually like if I spend a lot of time in the sun and working out and shit like that, I'm actually like I tan up real well. I get nice and golden brown.
I have no empathy for people who call themselves empaths. True. That's very true. They're all fucking dicks. Like I don't know what it is, but they just are. Every single one of them.
Bye,
You have a
public.
good time with this. Yeah.
If you're streaming later tonight, I'll probably stop by.
Okay, Reverend, I'm telling you, we believe in the exact same thing. It's just the faith in humanity just hasn't kicked in yet. I don't know what's going on.
It's the lack of ginger in your blood. Yeah, no, I don't have any of that. My mom tans amazingly. She used to in her younger years before I was even a wistful dream. Apparently at one of the properties she used to live in Vermont, on her days off from the hospital, she'd lather herself in baby oil and just lay out back buck ass naked. Yeah, she wouldn't burn.
Well,
She wouldn't burn.
I mean,
And she's never had any incidents of skin cancer. She's never even had pre-cancerous shit. She just,
fucking trucking along.
yeah, decent skin.
Good ups on her.
That was a large Ramsey. I'm excessively Caucasian. The milkiest, whitest Euro person I know. Wither said, treat your choices like a child. All right. I'll try and understand. You don't own them, but you can take responsibility for them and raise them with compassion. There's practical reasons to do so as much as it would be an empathetic reward. The fact someone can choose to be altruistic despite a lack of empathy is a sign we can live a better life. Don't fall completely into dark nihilism. Thank you for joining my TED Talk, and I appreciate you so incredibly much for listening. Ooh woo.
That's nice. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the thing is that like I consider like Sternerism to be like a way to like logic lord yourself into being empathetic. Just in like the most dickheaded fucking. Oh damn it! I dropped my goddamn pen into my case.
I know that sound now. Yep. Cat done fucked up.
No, I don't want to do. Okay, let me get a fucking pencil. Oh, it's like right under my power supply too. Fuck.
I know a few people who are professional empaths, as in they get paid for psychic services. Oh, Jesus Christ. They never tell people that unless they're teaching a class or something. They just don't say it or mention it. Yeah. Last statement, I agree on the empath stuff. I see the word dropped way too often by people that don't seem that empathetic. You know, that's I don't run in those kind of circles. Like, if you're dropping the word empath, chances are I don't know you. That's, but yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, once you say you've like achieved like a final state, I have doubts as to whether you're like actually there. I have much more reason to believe that someone's like empathetic if they say that they're trying to be empathetic, you know? Because it implies that.
Well, I think it's a modified Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah.
Except not intelligence, but, you know, an emotional response instead. That the ones who are probably most in tune to it are the ones who are willing to admit that, you know, they're by no means perfect and that there's, you know, long distances still to cover as a species and as an individual. And the ones who are sitting there going, I am the perfect empath. I feel all, you know, probably are the other side of that curve.
Revworth, you were right. It is a wax pen. You had it down. I got it while I was in Vegas like a week ago. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's like 85% THC. Nothing too crazy, but you know. Hey.
Well, I'd imagine not knowing what Stirner wrote or thought. What he wrote was justification for sociopathy. And what he thought was sociopathic. Because the dude like, was a sociopath.
He's like the like living proof that you can end up being like straight up like post-capitalist fucking like like he literally like he was there at like anarchism, but you know, for like completely and utterly selfish reasons. Which, you know, I mean, I'll take it. I think it speaks better to a lot more people than people would like to admit.
Beanie stream. We just transitioned.
Cool with it.
That spiritual stuff is just another religion. Grew up around the crystal hippies. It's completely ridiculous. I had to explain how gold forms from volcanic activity because one of my oldest friends told me that the aliens had brought all the gold to Earth. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of gold to bring to Earth.
See, this is what I'm saying, Rev. Brain damage ain't gonna hold you back too much. Just like you're fine, son.
Azazel. Jesus Christ. I worked as an empath on a psychic phone line about 25 years ago. Live and learn. Well, and for anybody who wants to know, it's the volcanic activity that typically brings it up to the surface, but either way, it's supernova and neutron star collisions, which generally engage what's called the R process, but there's a link if you want to read more about it. Brain damage doesn't hold you back. Looks to Scientology. Yeah, that proves that true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's just like a bunch of dumb, incompetent motherfuckers in like huge places of power. Like, you know.
Matt Gaetz is a congressperson.
Yeah.
He Venmo'd a sex trafficker money for some, like an underage person.
Marjorie Taylor Greene also is in a place of political power. I don't fucking remember what specific.
Congressperson as well.
Congress. Okay. Well, fucking either way.
She's House of Representatives. They're both House of Representatives. And so, yeah, it's, and she believes there's secret Jewish space lasers that set California on fire. So, a little bit of head trauma will hold you back. See, what's holding you back is the fact that you're not willing to grift. It's your own ethics and morals that's holding you back. It's not head trauma. It's not some pre-existing condition. Well, other than, being a compassionate human being. If you want to, I suppose with the Republicans, that would be considered a pre-existing condition, right? It's like, what, you have ethics? I don't think we treat those. All right, Ramsey, take care of yourself. For a few more days before he's arrested. We'll see. Frontal lobe trauma is a bitch. Why are all these family values conserved as such pervs? It's projection. It's just projection.
Also repression.
Yes. That is true.
Yeah, some of the horniest people I ever met in my life are like the people that like just despise sex.
Well, there's psychology behind that. And there's even there's a statement to be made. God, how do I... Those who participate in levels of chastity play generally are some of the horniest motherfuckers on the planet. Denying oneself is the easiest route to ramping up a enhanced response, shall we say. So if your entire doctrinal response to sex of a variety of types is to refuse it, the natural physiological and psychological response to that denial is basically to become oversexed. It's to become super horny.
Yep.
And so it's not surprising at all. Let's see. We're trying to preserve the old times when 12-year-olds were having arranged marriages to old rich dudes. I'm sorry, old times? Still happening.
Oh, yeah.
Child brides in this country are still a thing.
Yeah, legally.
Yeah.
It's for a religious tradition. It's like the spy thing.
Oh, that and like government overreach and shit like that. Like, you don't have the blah, 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 blah. But between 2000 and 2015, over 200,000 minors were legally married in the United States. Roughly 6 children per 1,000. The vast majority of child marriages in the U.S. are between a minor girl and an adult man. Most minors married were girls. In many cases, minors in the U.S. are married when they are under the age of sexual consent. So, yeah, if you thought that was like old-timey shit, no, still happens. It's still legal in like basically all of the states. As of July 1st of 2019, 13 states there were no statutory minimum age for all exemptions that were taken into account. California, Idaho, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Washington, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Only as of late last year, only 4 states have banned underage marriages: New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. So, just something to consider.
I like that Estrella.
Catholic priest, put little Timmy down. My great-grandmother was one of those. Oh, yeah, my, I forget who it was. Somebody in my family is one of those as well. They were a while ago. But yeah, my great grandmother was one of those. She left her first husband at 14 and got with my great grandfather. It was a scandal because my grandpa and all his siblings were illegitimate, except her 2-year-old that she took with her to my great grandfather to raise. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Oh, well, Karina, I mean, if you want to use that sort of example, the people who are shouting and dumping like milkshakes on the kids and the people that you see protesting the integration of schools, infamously, there's like, people, black children being escorted in by the fucking National Guard. And there's people screaming at them. And then there's like all those pictures of the sit-in protests at the lunch counters. And there's all those fucking people, like there's one infamously dumping a milkshake on some gentleman and screaming at them. They're all still alive.
Yeah.
That's how recent that was. Those motherfuckers are like, depending on how old you are, they're either your grandparents or maybe your great-grandparents. Like, those motherfuckers are still alive.
Yeah, they're still kicking. You can talk to people about civil rights marches pretty like easily too. Like it's not like World War II veterans where like, okay, they're kind of like almost gone at this point. Like, you should get those last interviews in while you can now. Like, no, you can find these motherfuckers anywhere. Like they're just there.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing. Recency bias. Let's see, what did Rev say? Oof. Oh, hey, nowhere. Let's see. That's the origin of milkshaking. How ironic. It may actually be.
Probably.
This is the thing. Oh, let's see. Let me refresh that feed and see how fucked it is. That's solid. Why would you run from the cops? Well, for starters, they can't tell their Glock from their taser. Oh, God. Fucking on the Tanky Jerk subreddit, another fucking tweet by Mel. Fucking star emojis. I eat Chinese food while talking about how much the CCP is ruining the world. And fucking somebody replied, "Thank you, Mel. I was previously unaware that the CCP invented Chinese food."
Dude, did you ever watch A Conversation with Vosh?
No, God, no. I'm not that much of a masochist.
Okay, well, I learned something new about Tankies that frankly shouldn't surprise me at this point, but they have like very similar conceptions of like the people. Like they pretty much believe in that whole like the people's will and shit. Like she unironically like was using like some weird historical like kind of almost like ethnic kind of conflict type of thing when talking about the relationship between North Korea and China. Like we as a people were like able to get along with the China, like that's sort of like weird shit. Like it's very fascistic, very like ethnic focus.
So what if we as a people decide to do the opposite of what she wants to do? She's still for the people?
Well, it seems like she's just like straight up like red pilled herself into thinking that like it's literally like at that point it would be just impossible. Like she unironically thinks that like in her actual socialist society, reactionaries just wouldn't exist.
Oh, she's one of those. And apparently, according to Estrella, she's been going on an anti-sex rant on Twitter lately. Don't know what it is about Tankies being anti-sex. There's something there, but I value my sanity too much to figure it out. Yes, they're very, they tend towards very standard gender roles very conservative lifestyles. They trend towards anti-homosexual, anti-trans rhetoric and behavior, and policing. They're very much about the woman in the kitchen, the man in the field, sort of traditional gender roles. It's really weird seeing like modern leftists hold this banner up, and it's like, you do understand that this isn't really compatible, but hey. Mitre just said they're unfuckable. They think intersectionality is lib. Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
Or they just don't understand intersectionality and just unironically think it's bull. Like Mel. It's weird.
Yeah, every time I just see something by her, like it's just another fucking take that you're just like, interesting.
Yep.
Tank me, daddy. Fucking Karina.
Dude, the God in the Bible was like straight up like mob boss son. Like, dude, it's like reading that fucking book is crazy. It's metal as fuck.
Yeah, it is a batshit insane book. There's no way around that. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Mel. Chaos is Mel on Twitter.
Yeah. I think she streams, if I'm not mistaken, but it's like seldom. She appears in a lot of Twitch streams though.
Exactly, Estrella. How do you think you're gonna get people to follow your orders? Got to instill some fear. I think it's half for attention memes and half for brutal honesty. She's extreme. I don't.
Oh, she's like way down the hole.
She's such a fucking classic example too. Smite. I'm still learning who she is. So far, I haven't learned anything positive. Yeah, it's really fucking weird listening. I
mean, that's fair, Mitre. It's just, I don't know, Vosh is on a bit of an anti-tanky kick as of late, so I'm not mad at it.
I approve.
Yeah, so, that's his whole thing.
He can do what he needs
Mel
to
is,
do.
like, super dishonest. Like, just whenever she talks to, like, literally anyone. So it's like, it's that sort of thing.
Yeah. How do you have a conversation with somebody who's going to knowingly engage in bad faith argumentation the whole way through?
Yeah. Constant gaslighting, genocide denial. Like, I'd like to think that most people would get heated in an extended conversation with that sort of person. Maybe I'm crazy.
Attaboy, I gotta seek some anarchism into combos with my fam when I visit. Wait, what did I miss? Lost. Let's see.
Yeah, drunk as fuck, talked to his mom, slipped in some anarchism. Cool.
Nice. Oh, no, you slipped some Marxism in there.
Oh, well, fuck. I'll take it.
Depends what kind of Marxism. Oh, well, it depends what it was about.
Yeah.
This stray, I do enjoy how much tankies hate in being called tanky. Genocide bad. Ooh, real quote.
Oh yeah, that's like literally like Mel's response to the Uyghur genocide. She just goes genocide bad, with like a sad face emoji.
Yes, genocide is bad. Yes, Mel.
Yeah, but she'll never like directly answer.
No, I know. It's just it's like, yes, Mel, genocide is bad. Very good. Thank you for catching up to the rest of the class. We have some more homework for you while you're at it. Basic wage theft ideas. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it's fine. What's going on, Sue? Saw you there in chat.
Let's see. Gave up on debate as a method of settling issues after I watched Peterson versus Dillahunty.
I don't blame you.
I gave up after I learned, this is years ago, I learned that what the new like speech and debate methodology they were teaching in high schools across this nation was. And I was just like, no, this is what we're going to be dealing with. And if you're wondering what the new, like from old school speech and debate to new school speech and debate, what the difference is, it is very much, if you've ever seen me sort of go through factually point by point something, right? Versus Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is the epitome. He's like the anthropomorphization of modern high school speech and debate tactic. It is just a travesty. So, hey, Mr. Sir. Finally through my comp essays, so I could finally hit up that reading list you gave me. What did you? Oh, we get a break. Oh, and Sue's up there.
Nice.
Oh, I'm adding in, I'm gonna add in a day of flexibility exercises too, I think.
As you do.
Although I'm already like, I think I qualify as hyper flexible. Even though I haven't been doing any like major stretches or something like that, for the last few years, I can still like just bend over and plant my hands right on the floor. It's like no big deal.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. You were all talking about tankies, so I just had to throw that in there.
What'd you throw?
No, the tanky fucking cope. Smite. Oh yeah, Smite. I was gonna ask you what your essays were on.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna do.
And hello, everyone.
Take that. Let's see. What did? Because somebody queued the Ben Shapiro bot. They didn't have debate at my school or football for that matter. Oh wow. Ben Shapiro has perfected the verbal gish gallop. He intersperses 6 obvious unrelated truths with 6 ridiculous lies and then follows up with an ad hominem so his opponent can't address any of it. Despite being a retiree of debate broism, you should definitely teach us your logical ways. There is almost always only good for debate. I disagree. Even though debate has found a home on the internet for sure, I sincerely believe that there is far more conversation happening on the internet than people are noticing. Just because, well, Twitter's a thing. Twitter needs to go away. If Twitter died tomorrow, the world would be a objectively better place, like quantifiably better. I firmly believe that.
If Twitter dies tomorrow, I'll be alone again. So no, I can't do that.
You'll have Twitch, you'll have Discord. You'll be fine. I know
I spend more time retweeting shit on Twitter than I do actually posting shit.
I feel that. It's fucking hard to go through your own shit.
Yes, Wither. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Wither. I don't think Australia was gonna make you buy the book. Let's see. They were my graduate history comp exam essays, basically going over my 2 years of research into my fields, Ottoman and African American history, dual fields.
Nice.
Why those two? Like they seem so disparate. The Ottoman Empire or the Ottomans in general, and then African American history. That's a fascinating dual field study.
I guess depending on where you live, you can get a lot of like firsthand, like details of that shit.
Oh, hey Lucy, hey Frackle. Wait, what did? Okay. Did they say something further back? Oh, all right. Cool.
And to be honest, I'm always nervous about actually posting the things I really think.
I just don't do it.
Hey, Libra. Thank you for the
I'm a little too fucking wild, apparently. And my takes are a little too fucking crazy, apparently.
Yeah, you violate TOS all the time.
Yeah. So
I can think of 2 different fields that I could prompt you on right now that would probably get us both canceled. Yeah.
Probably.
Nice.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure I know how to. There's one that 3. I just thought of another one. I'm like, wait, no, yep, 3.
There's more.
Yeah. Yeah. There's.
Give it a few minutes. It'll lecture. The more will come to you.
Yeah. So.
Hey Libra.
And Libra, thank you for the resub. Again, Libra. Let's see. Fucking Rev. I remember when Twitter was just people saying what they were doing, going to the movies, mowing the lawn, taking a shit. I never signed up because of that. Honestly, it was also because nobody ever wanted to talk to me on Facebook, says Rev. Very distant. It's the nature of dual fields. You can pick 2 different historical subjects and fields to cover. I was doing my thesis on the Ottoman Empire, but then COVID switched to non-thesis track, and I picked my second field, which I've had plenty of classes and material beforehand on African American history. Fair enough.
Damn.
Thank you for the explanation, Smite.
I've resigned to every once in a while. I'll like PM Libra on Twitter here or Twitch here and say some really fucking random fucking weird ass shit and just fucking laugh my ass off because of that last conversation we were all having where Libra was saying that she always gets like no one PMs her or something. Weird shit. So just like, yeah, here we go.
Oh God, is this? I'm correct in yeah. This is all like Q shit that you guys are doing, right? Let's see. Who would I volunteer to be ignored? Why would I volunteer to be ignored on another platform?
No. The 2 Qs are in amongst a bunch of lines.
Okay.
Not, you are not. That's cheap state.
Wait. What did nowhere say?
That's Jeep state.
And
it's a thing from Left Flank Vets.
Okay. Started using Twitter last summer. You get a better idea what was going on last summer, but yeah, basically what you said. No, yeah, Twitter is just not a good place.
I'll like sit there and go.
Oh, we're almost doing it. Smite, thank you for the biddies. Either way, thank you for the biddies. And yes, we actually pulled up Rev. Was it with you? I put an American Bantam, Jeep, like an OG Jeep on the fucking stream one night.
It's real strange how like.
Yeah, or we used the Jeep grill. Yeah.
It's real strange how like the design just hasn't changed.
I mean,
Like,
have
just
you looked
ever.
at Porsche?
Yeah.
They haven't. I mean, Porsche design, the least a man can get. Like, they haven't changed that fucking shape ever, really.
I have to tell you, there are just some things that are always nice to see that just doesn't change no matter what. Just, you know what I mean?
I've never been a Porsche guy. I just update your goddamn design.
Hey. I've been a Jeep guy, and actually I still am a Jeep guy. I love Jeeps.
The ride quality is horrid. Like, trust me, as far as a trail vehicle goes, there's very few that can contend in that arena, right? Like, it is a world-class trail vehicle. It really is. But it rides like shit. It's a rough ride. And it's sort of, it comes with the territory. It just sort of has to be based on what it's attempting to do. So it's not ever going to be really comfortable on roads. But yeah, I would be fine with like trailering a Jeep to, you know, off-road to go like deep hill camping or something like that, and then just putting it back on the trailer and towing it using something that actually rides well on the roads.
Well, I think it all depends. Like, it depends on the tires that you have on it, because the tires that you have on it also depends very much on how it rides on concrete.
Beach and trail vehicle, yeah, exactly, Cassidy.
I had a Jeep Cherokee, and I took that thing going hunting out in the bush all over the place. It was great. Wintertime came.
Nowhere said Jeeps belong on a flatbed until you get to the trail. I don't disagree. The augmentations that you need to make for a Jeep to make it truly trail worthy, like not even trail, forget the trail, like just fuck it, we're going there worthy, are contraindicated to road comfort. So it just, they really do kind of belong on a trailer until you get to, you know, where the journey starts.
I would have to say that if you lived in like places like Canada, Jeeps are very good to have with you. 4x4, especially if you have the back end loaded properly, or weighed down properly, is fucking the bomb. You don't have much of a chance of being stuck unless you get high centered.
I've been high centered once.
Exactly.
It's a fucking pain in the ass. Karina, if we're talking non-road vehicles, fuck Jeeps, all dune buggies. Baja vehicles are impressive. Dude, the vehicles that you do a Baja in are ridiculous. Like, I mean, you're speeding over dunes, you're clearing dunes at like 65 and 75 miles an hour. You're landing at speed. The travel on the suspension is measured in feet sometimes. It's absolutely ridiculous. Those vehicles are insane. But yeah, you want an off-road vehicle. Yeah, any of those Baja vehicles, woo-wee. They will get the job done. They ain't cheap either.
Oh, what's those ones? I'm trying to remember the one Jeep that was like an army Jeep. I just can't seem to remember the name of it right now. Wheelies?
Oh, Willie's Jeep.
Yeah. Willie's Jeep, yeah. Those motherfuckers are good too.
Let's see. I have a Silverado four-wheel drive with a winch. Not a per se an off-road vehicle, but it can carry its own pretty well. My EDC is a Jeep Wrangler with a 4-inch suspension lift and 33-inch tires, says Mixecular. Zippy had a 92 Jeep Cherokee until someone flew past a red light and hit me head on. Totaled it. Ooh, that sucks, Zippy. Let's see. feel you. Wasn't really. Yeah, these days you can DIY a dune easier than Jeep though. Yes, you can. That is true. These days I drive a 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive Toyota Highlander. I'm not looking to do any off-road work, but I do want something. The first time it rained, I was just waiting and waiting and waiting for it to rain here. So after it got that one, I just took it out at night when the streets were wet, and because our streets get greasy because we don't get a whole lot of rain to wash them off. So I just started throwing it around corners because I've always been like small car driver. So I just started tossing it around corners, seeing what I could get it to do, seeing like the adaptive all-wheel drive system and stuff, and it just sticks. Honestly, I was impressed. I was like, that's why I wanted it, because I just wanted something that if, you know, I tell it to go, it goes. If I tell it to turn, it turns, and it just handles the conditions. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I'll get there. I just, you know. I mean, when a group becomes too big to use direct democracy and agreed upon rules, either the society needs to break off or a government will try to form and handle the population. I'm going off the idea that society doesn't have the concept of anarchism yet. I suppose that would fall under scope and scale. And yeah, I mean, there is an argument to be made. Jesus Christ. It's one of those days. Somebody want to tell me the, what's the guy's number? Dunbar's number. There we go. Yeah, there is an argument to be made that when you violate, when you construct a social group and you violate Dunbar's number, that what you inevitably end up with is some sort of bastardization, because people are unable to know each other in that scenario. They're just not capable of handling that amount of meta information. So, yeah, that would be an argument to fork, to borrow an IT term, a programmer's term. That would be a point where you fork your community or your society or your group, whatever it may be. Yeah.
This is why I'm for like confederated democracies and shit. It's probably a bit easier to like localize it a bit.
Yeah. Let's see. We want a Sportmobile, so cool. Fucking a Paris Dakar truck. Oh my god, Moomin. Fucking anything that's run the Dakar, which by the way isn't run Paris to Dakar anymore. At least last time I checked, it was being run in South America. The Dakar Rally is actually run in South America now. Let's see.
Let's see. I think I had a '98 Jeep Cherokee. It was a slant 6.
Okay. Still in South.
With the gear shift on the fucking floor. In like, you know, it was like very kind of a rare, kind of good time of a vehicle that it was made, and it was pretty good. I took that thing out elk hunting, moose hunting, slapped the moose in the back of the trunk of it. Here
are some of the maintenance trucks. See, these are okay. So here, we'll first look here. Like this is a Dakar. Here's like a vehicle that runs the Dakar. But what actually was being referenced above was the maintenance trucks, which are huge and carry entire workshops in them for fixing these vehicles in the field when they break down. Meanwhile, I mean, these things are probably the most impressive thing to run the Dakar, really. They're absolutely just massive vehicles that carry everything you could ever need in them for all intents and purposes. And yeah, they survive better than the actual Dakar vehicles themselves. Let's see. Frackle. The argument I make is that internet comes with usable content. Yeah, well, yeah, Frackle. I argue the lens of analysis argument all the time. Really? Interesting. Didn't know that. Original rally truck was a Nissan hardbody D21. Let's see. I'm trying to, there's multiple side conversations here.
What?
All right, so that was response to. All right, I'm done. Let's see. Yep. All right. Yeah, none of you have ever watched, like, if you're into automotive stuff, if you've never watched the Dakar Rally, for the love of God, watch the Dakar Rally. One of the most interesting runs of the Dakar is that solo motorcycle, no repair, or no assistance. So guys go out on motorcycles and do these just huge segmented runs in just brutal conditions. And there is no backup mechanic for them. If something breaks, they have to fix it themselves in the field. So they carry like little toolkits and shit with them. And it is just, it's a test of man and machine versus nature. And it is really fun to watch, quite frankly. Looking for a BMW 650F if someone has a link. Sorry, Moomin. Can't help you on that one. And Rev, I don't think anybody did. Oh, yeah. McSecular responded to you, Rev, if you caught that. Ooh, Smite. What game should I play? Frostpunk, XCOM, or Civ 5? It depends what you're looking for, I guess. Oh, I do want to ask the community, should I give GTA 5 a playthrough? Like, not on stream. Just, like, should I try it? I've never played, like, the only GTAs I've played is, like, the old ones. I've heard varying things. So we got one no. Frostpunk is beautiful. Frostpunk is the best narrative out of those three. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for, Knight. I would, I'm not a fan. I wish I could like XCOM, but I can't. I can't. XCOM annoys the shit out of me. And those sort of like city planner games aren't my shtick to start with. So 5, yeah, I would go with Civ. Like if that were me.
Grabbing a drink, be right back.
All right, Netflix and kill. I didn't play GTA 3, Vice City, or San Andreas, so those are not points of reference for me. That's fair, Smite. Story is okay. GTA is okay, but not great. Other side uses XCOM style, kind of, but this. Wait, is that? I seem to remember something about that. Yeah, I remember seeing somebody do a playthrough of this other side. No, Mitra, not my style of game. So. It's a park ranger for the summer in southeast Utah. I saw so many cool desert rigs, including a convoy of bulletproof vehicles that had crossed the Sahara. Nice. To this day, one of my favorite vehicles was the, oh God, hang on. Let me try and find it. This, to this day, still one of my favorite vehicles of all time.
Humvee?
No. This is the Hilux that is in the museum now, because this is the one that Jeremy and James rode to the North Pole in.
Oh, okay.
This is there's literally, like, that was the first time it was ever done. And this is a Hilux, which is one of arguably the most indestructible vehicle on the planet. And then an Icelandic crew who specializes in kitting vehicles out spent an inordinate amount of money making this vehicle basically everything proof. And yeah, like, truly, this is one of the baddest ass vehicles. This thing, the conditions this vehicle survived in were impressive. Let's just put it that way.
Nice.
I mean, Rev, they fixed it. They had a maintenance vehicle with them. There was 3 vehicles that went. It was the lead vehicle, the maintenance vehicle, and then the crew vehicle. And they did field repairs. They did everything they could. They even, let's see. Yeah, there it is. One of the backup vehicles didn't get the love that they thought it should, so they took it up to an active volcano, and they took it much further. James drove this vehicle with a antifreeze drip cool system on the tires. So what they did is they took a barrel basically of water and laced it with vodka. So it doesn't poison the environment, but it wouldn't freeze. And then they put a drip system onto the tires, so he could roll this fucker right up near the mouth of the volcano and grab some freshly made earth. Yeah, like these vehicles are fucking impressive. They just are.
Where do I get one?
You got 6 figures you ready to spend? Because it's like that.
Well, once you set up that trust fund for me, I might.
Do tires count as an open container? Let's see. All right. Nascent Earth imperialism. It was actually. He did claim the land, the piece of land. He put it in a bucket, and he took the piece of lava rock and he claimed it on behalf of the Queen and England. He really did. Yeah. Yeah, that really is what happened. I do believe it was on behalf of the Queen, England, and Top Gear that James claimed it.
Low-key war. Something just tells me. If they are true to Loki, this is going to get fun and interesting.
Oh yeah, Estrella. Forgive me. Water went down the wrong pipe on that one. Yeah. Yes, I have seen plenty of Storm Chaser vehicles. They're always ridiculous.
Well,
I mean, they're always just absurd.
Chat lost connection. Oh, cat needed a dip.
Do you, Cat? Cat's dealers there. Interesting, Rev. Oh, they are. They're Hay himself. They're made for literally driving into a fucking hurricane, or having a hurricane drive over you, really, because you sort of bed down, suspension drops. Sometimes they dig in a little bit, and then hurricane or tornado go over you or go really, really close to you. Yeah. They're batshit insane, but I dig it. Wait, what side conversation?
Zippy, what are you talking about, Zippy?
I'm trying to fall. Oh, probably Mike from PA.
Oh God. Are we still talking about that shit? Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's Estrella. Yeah, Mike and Bo. Wither, I can't drive and I want that car. Wither, why can't you drive? Like legally or functionally? Well, Mike hasn't gotten his pound of flesh apparently yet. Therefore, Bo will not. Bo, you see what happened is Bo didn't fondle the balls correctly, and that means his rehabilitation hasn't actually taken effect yet. So he's got to go back and fondle the balls a little bit, so Mike can get his pound of flesh. Apparently, I don't fucking know. No worries, Loston. No worries. Okay, functionally, because I haven't learned yet an ADHD.
I'm just gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it very clearly. In all these conversations we constantly have about, like, restorative justice and shit.
Oh yeah, they're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. That's all. They don't believe in it. It's the first day that this topic even came up. I went off on them about it. Like, do you believe in this shit or not? Like, you did that.
Yeah, you believe in restorative justice, in which case, Bo did restorative and is still doing restorative justice in their own way that they're able to do it.
Yeah, you either buy this shit or you don't.
Huh?
You either buy this shit or you don't. Like, come on.
Exactly.
Cassidy, the 5 minutes I dipped in on Mike today, he was still harping on it and then shilled for subs. Yeah, he's a grifter. From what I understand, he's just a grifter. I have post-traumatic stress related to freeways. I get it. Freeways are sketchy as shit. I mean, I can imagine ADHD bad enough to affect driving, but I'm sure it exists. But yeah, you got to learn, my man. You just got to learn and do it sooner rather than later. The longer you wait to ingrain some of those skill sets, the more difficult it'll be later in life. Go learn how to drive now. Like now. Hey, boss. Hey, feels like the neuropathy is about to flare a little bit, quite frankly. But,
yeah, I just no. Restorative justice is everyone is entitled to restorative justice. Whether you personally think they do or don't, doesn't mean shit. It doesn't matter. It is the factor that everyone deserves that opportunity. And, you know, there are plenty of us. Yeah, I think he targeted Bo because he has an issue with Bo to begin with. And he was looking for something to target Bo that he could use. And unfortunately, he couldn't find anything for that is anything relevant to today. I mean, it's over 17 years. Like, get over it. You know? Bo has done a shit ton of good fucking work in the best way that they can, not what someone else dictates. So
critical. He hates anarchists. It's that simple. And he's a grifter. Like, let's not forget, he is a grifter. Like, let's not leave that out of the formula, because I mean, he is in it for commercial gain. Like, it's just, yes. So that plays a factor. Anything that gets him clicks, anything that gets him views is revenue stream for him. And so, you know, it's a thing. Whether I'll have to get a bike. It's down to the fact that if you don't want to do something, it becomes nearly impossible to do that thing or even learn about that thing without someone with a timer over your head saying do it or else. Well then, Wither, I'll give you a fucking timer. What is this? Fucking April? I want you to learn how you before August. You have until August of this year, or else I'm going to be severely disappointed that you haven't learned how to drive. It will not take that long. But you have until August. Not the end of August, until August. There's your ticking timer. So, you will severely disappoint me, Wither, if you don't learn. I'll give you the motivation you need. It's just one of those things. In a car culture, you should probably know how to drive, just in case you have to like take over the wheel for somebody's injured, and you did desperate situation, you need to drive them to the hospital, something like there are emergency situations where it may fall upon you to get behind the wheel of a vehicle, and if you are incapable of doing that, well, just be capable of doing that.
Yeah. I have to say, though, when it comes down to reality, if you're looking at punitive justice rather than restorative justice, are you really on the left?
I mean, you're definitely authoritarian.
That doesn't sound like the left.
There's fucking half of the left is authoritarian. This is the truth of the matter. You have more in common with somebody on the far right than you do somebody who's way up on the authoritarian axis. The true line of division is authoritarianism. The other stuff is details. It's a matter of, do you believe that you have the right to inflict your will or the will of the state upon an individual using force? If so, then that's the big distinction. It doesn't really matter what you're inflicting, whether it's like, commune living or suburban living. At the end of the day, those are details. The difference is whether you think that you have the right to invalidate and violate somebody's autonomy. And just half of the left basically believes that they have every right to do that in the name of the proletariat, in the name of the working masses. It's for your own good. It's for the good of the planet. It's still, again, a violation of egalitarian principles. Boss, I've never had a license. I'm almost 40. But boss, can you drive? Whether you have a license or not is not really the point. Can you drive?
The only license I've ever had in my lifetime was a motorcycle license, but I still drove many different vehicles.
Boss, well, yes. There you go. Not talking about whether the government wants to let you to drive or not. I'm talking about whether you can functionally drive. That's all. Yeah. Wow. Rev, where are you though, Rev, that you've managed to make it to 40 and you don't know how to drive? That's not that common in North America, but it's generally an urban center sort of thing. Like I know people from New York who have never learned how to drive. They were born, they live, they will die, they will never drive. Urban or rural?
I mean, I lived in both, and I've managed to learn how to drive.
How many in chat can drive manual? Nowhere was asking. It's been years since I've had to do it, but I did learn to do it. It's one of those things that you should learn how to drive manual. I'm guessing based on Sue's age, Sue knows how to drive a stick shift as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't really prefer a stick shift, to be honest. I know how to drive it, I know how to do it, but I just don't really prefer it.
Like, I'm not at a fucking racetrack. I'm sorry. I don't need that extra, like, split second. It's not going to make a lick of difference to me. And it's just some other bullshit I have to do when I'm driving. So, why? Yeah.
I mean, the very first thing I learned how to operate was a motorcycle. Then it was a vehicle. So.
Yeah, a bunch of these, like, yeah, a bunch of people saying manuals first. And boss, I live in the city. I use public transportation or taxi. Sometimes people have delivery service. Yeah, that's boss lives in fucking Boston. And so like has the urban sprawl to fall back upon.
Yeah.
Interesting, Rev. If I hadn't learned to drive and gotten a $1,500 loan from my grandfather, I never could have gotten my first job at 20. Had to learn how to drive stick when I worked at a golf course. Those Toro Workman or John Deere Gator cab over vehicles were manual. Yeah, a lot of the like farm and work equipment are manuals because like attachments and stuff like that all have a clutch and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
I think for me, other than a motorcycle, it's like either a Jeep or a truck is my more favorite vehicle to have. Cars, I don't really like much.
I like a zippy car. Like if I had like stupid money that I could just throw around, I'd get something like a Lotus Elise that just you just throw it into corners at speed and it just turns. It just super sticky, super light track day car, right? Like that purpose of that car is to just stick the corner. And so yeah, I enjoy that kind of I enjoy that kind of driving. I've never done motorcycles or dirt bikes or snowmobiles even, due to trauma induced at a young age by my emergency room mother. Hey, here's what it looks like when a man snowmobiles across fields and catches a cow wire at the throat. Yeah, shit like that. It is too much there. I love like sport bikes and shit like that, like Kawasaki's and Ducatis, and I think they're gorgeous. I love the sounds of them, but for sure, no. Nope. I'd be far too nervous on them. Hey, Skeptic. Didn't drive until I was 21. Walked to work from 18 to 21. Learned on automatic, but the car had the longest. I had the longest with stick shift. Hey, exactly, Rev. Like you have to drive 40 miles to get a bus stop.
Like I've owned a Mustang. I've owned a Delta 88. I even had a Ford Taurus at one time. And then I've also had either a minivan or those big Vandura vans. But none of them I found was worthy of my idea. Well, the the big Vandura vans, we call them a powwow van. Those were fun. Just because you can go anywhere and park anywhere and just like pull out the back seat.
Yeah.
And there's your bed for the night. Yeah.
Yeah, my and to answer your question, Skeptic, it's a Toyota Highlander, 2019. My Highlander does. I can pull the seats out entirely if I want, but I can actually get everything because there's technically 3 rows. But the back row is, of course, just usually like cargo area. I can get the entire everything after the front 2 seats to just lay down flat. So I can just have one giant flat cargo space that can just become bed area if I so deem it. Boss learned to drive because he had to drive a dump truck for a roofing company he worked for. If you drive something that big, driving a car is easy. Yep. Skeptic's dad had a 70s white Mustang. 67 to 69 Mustang coupe, gunmetal gray. Maybe the sexiest car, plain and simple. Like, that may be the sexiest car. And let's see, somebody knew it. Let's see. Nowhere knew the Lotus. Yeah, they are. They're super cool, super light, mid-engined. They're just a track day car. They're so much fun to just whip around a corner. First car was a Delta 88, boat of a car, wide. I owned a 93 Buick Riviera. Don't ever buy a 1993 Buick Riviera, says Rev.
I would have to say the only one car that I haven't owned yet that I really truly do want to own is this 69 Dodge Charger RT.
All right. Not my style of car, but yeah. Father had a Datsun B21, 210 when I was growing up. Ugliest fucking thing ever. Damn, I'm looking for a late 80s Chevy van body for my 97 GMC 1-ton 4x4 and my 97 GMC 454. First Tesla was actually a Lotus. Yeah, man, they fucked that up. But yeah. Was it Lucid is the newest competitor in that scene. Only they're not going head to head with Lucid. Lucid Automotive is like super high performance electric car. They used to make the battery packs and the drive motor for the electric Formula racing federation. And they're not looking to compete with Tesla. They're actually going after Mercedes. They're not competing as an electric car. They're going they're going luxury. But these cars are stupid fast. And they have performance gains over Teslas that are crazy, like 17% performance gains. Quarter mile times that are absolutely stupid, and their drivetrain is insanely revolutionary. It weighs like 146 pounds, I think. The entire motor and the entire motor complex, transmission, motor, induction, the whole complex weighs like 146 pounds. It's absolutely absurd. Yeah. Oh, it is. Let me see if I can't find, because their interior is crazy as fuck too. Here you go. All right, so the entire display panel is a wraparound LCD kit and plus LCD down here. The entire windscreen, you can sort of see it. It just wraps up and around. It's this single piece of fucking glass that goes way back. These are, because they have less stuff in the trunk and in the under the hood, it's a mid-sized car, but it has like a larger interior than most of the full-sized cars. And so they used a bunch of their savings on creating luxury inside. It's yeah, it's a slick fucking car. Not the next Tesla, but they're hoping to be the next like Mercedes competitor.
I have to admit, my first bike I owned was a Harley 1947 Knucklehead Chopper.
There it is.
I wish I still had that fucking thing. You know how much that would be worth right now?
Probably a pretty penny. 6 figures. You can probably get 100, 120 out of it. Lucid, boss. Here's the interior. This is absolutely insane looking. Like, it just, there's barely any roof. It's absolutely, the amount of like wraparound glass and composite materials they've used to create the body of this thing is ridiculous.
Damn.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, imagine taking that out at night and looking up. I mean, you know, there is something to this. It's just, it's like, wow. Yeah, it's...
Well, hopefully not when you're driving, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you know. It depends on the area, I suppose. But yeah, no, I saw a video, like, I saw a video about them, about their cars. And here's the, some of the early concept backseat area sort of stuff. What happens when a wine-drunk soccer mom in a Tahoe runs up on you? I have no idea. I haven't seen any of the collision data on these vehicles. I would love to see it. Here is the back seat. All right? This is the kind of car you want to ride in.
Mm-hmm.
All right? This is the back seat of one of these things. They have reclining seats, for fuck's sake. This is a Lucid, Cassidy. This is the same thing as this.
Look at that. Like, you could literally, like, pull over, jump in the back seat, and just go to fucking sleep.
Yeah. This is what the back seat is. Like I said, they're shooting for Mercedes. They're not coming after Tesla. They already outperform Teslas. They have longer distances. They are faster. They're faster on the quarter mile. 100%. They already outperform Tesla. They're not coming for Tesla. They're coming for Mercedes. This is the kind of car you get a driver for. I mean,
I wonder how many babies could be made there.
I mean, that center console could kind of fuck it up, but I wonder if, you know, it's doable. It's 100% doable. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
What the fuck is this song, bro?
It's gone already.
Bubble Tea by whatever, Ken Powell.
The Jetsons better look out. That console was leveraged. That console is not leveraged. That console is fucking trash that's going to snap off in your hand if you attempt to use it for leverage.
This is true.
Yeah, that's... I would be surprised if that thing survived. But yeah, no, that's... I mean, like I said, these are actually impressive fucking... There you go. There's the drivetrain. This is it. It's 146 pounds, I want to say. Like, I think something like 160,000, something like that, boss. 120, 160. Yeah. Like it's absolutely absurd. It's a blown up tattoo gun. Yeah, basically, they managed to cram so much power into this power plant that it's absolutely absurd. But yeah, like look for more of those to be like around soon. It's definitely gonna be a toy for the rich and famous come a couple of years. Over 400 miles is what they've achieved. And they have announced that their Air, Lucid Air, which is the one they're going to go to market with, has achieved a range of 517 miles. Karina, thank you for the host. The guy who started the company used to be he was a former Tesla engineer who was in charge of a whole bunch of their shit. And he had better ideas that they wouldn't let him use. So he broke off and started doing his own thing and built a bunch of power plants and battery packs for Formula Electric racing, and then spun up Lucid. And so like the DNA of their company is in racing. But now they're going luxury. So yeah, they debuted the 2021 Lucid Air with a 517 mile range on a single charge. It charges, I wanted to say, it does something like 20 miles per minute of charge. They have a much fatter pipe for the charging system as well.
Question: is that based on flat, or is that based in mountainous area?
It would probably be Southwest Desert is usually where they do those kinds of trials. Yeah, it's going to be in my part of the world. Dry, warm, and relatively flat. Yeah.
Because, like, the BC mountains is, like, quite the adventure, and I'm not sure how far that would go.
We need one to try it. But yeah, it's hey.
So everyone, let's start a GoFundMe, and we're gonna get me one of those cars, and I'm gonna take it for a test drive into the BC mountains, and I will completely record it.
Let's see. Yeah, it's 20 miles per minute of charge time. That's what it is. They're saying that due to battery charging rates and charging curves, what you'll have is if you leave it charged for about 20 minutes, you'll be able to get just over 300 miles worth of charge, which is at present faster than a Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
So
see what happens, folks, when we do innovation towards new systems of much more healthier and more sustainable electricity and power.
Karina, 517 miles. Rev, 50 years. On the outside, 50 years.
PNW.
Pacific Northwest.
Oh, okay, yeah. The mountains are no joke. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've taken that stretch between Alberta and BC to like go to Vancouver, and those mountain stretches up there on the Trans-Canada Highway are no joke. But I'd love to see what this thing can do and how much it can last. The battery charge on it can last, and how far it'll get.
Yeah.
In those mountains.
Yeah. I mean, that's, oh, Jesus Christ, they're already sold out.
So you have to pre-order. So we have time to set up a GoFundMe and get Stu one of these brand new cars so that Stu can take.
Well, it looks like the version that you'd want would be the Air Grand Touring, which is going to be $139,000.
Okay, so we need to do a GoFundMe for $139,000 and change.
It has, it'll have 800 brake horsepower. If you want the Air Dream Edition, which has a lower range by 14 miles, it's $169,000, but it's got 1,080 horsepower. It'll do the quarter mile in 9.9 seconds.
You know, Karina, I that's what I want to try. I want to see if I can get it past Banff on a single charge. That would be interesting. Now, to be honest, I'd love to see if I can get it from Golden to Kelowna. That would be quite interesting.
Yep, fully booked. Fucking, they're not for sale anymore. Oh, all right. Let me see him.
Karina, wait. Are you in Kelowna? No, wait. Don't. You can PM me that answer. Don't dox yourself.
It looks like it could get over a solid speed bump. Ooh, all that extra room down there. Jesus Christ. Here. Well, back to the beginning here. There we go. Some shots of this freaking thing.
Well, I lived in those areas for a while.
32 sensors on the vehicles. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Yeah, I lived in Kelowna for a little while. The beaches down there were pretty fucking cool.
I really like this center space where that middle tablet, it drops down, but you've got all this dead space behind it. They're just like, here, have some extra storage. I kind of like that.
But the cost of living for the price of like renting places was fucking outrageous.
It's a nice car. I have a feeling, Rev, that you would have been one of the ones holding onto your horses while we went to the internal combustion engine.
Down in the downtown area, just right by the riverside there. That was pretty much some of it. The mall there back when I was like,
yes,
God, like over a decade ago, wasn't too bad. But I have to say the beachfront, that lake is fucking beautiful area. That fucking suspension bridge is kind of cool too, except there's just always seems to be somebody that dies on it.
Oh, we have a corner here in town that's fairly infamous. It's just fucking, we'd have to redesign the entire like traffic system basically around it. But yeah, we have a corner here that's fairly infamous. Every year it's like, how many lives did it claim this year? Because
it's not even so much of that. It's like bad for driving. It's bad for pedestrians trying to get across it.
Fair enough.
You usually end up having like some trucker fucking side swiping somebody that's trying to walk across, like, you know, walk it, and it's just like
well, Wither, I'm glad that you actually looked into finding ways to actually interact with people. And apparently Wither has found more tonight than they have in a few years. So yeah, fucking Wither, like, put yourself out there, get to know some people, You're too young to be doing that shit. You're too young to be doing the shut-in routine. Hang on to that for a couple of years. You can always do the old cranky misanthropic shut-in thing when you're older. But you're young. Get out there and mix it up.
Wait, Karina, I knew a young lady back in the day. She's a pretty little blonde. That's not you, is it? No, just kidding.
If you knew a pretty little lady back in the day, was the pretty little lady like 1?
No.
Well, then pretty much Karina's out.
Why, is Karina really young?
Yeah, Karina's young and you're old. Karina's like one of our 12-year-olds. Not literally, but you know. Yeah. Still just a baby. Just a baby.
Just a baby.
Which brings me to my my plastic bumpers equals class suppression theory. 12-year-old gang, 23 years old. Yeah. So basically, like back in the day, right, Sue? Like, Karina's 23.
Wait.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're my daughter. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. That's more likely, quite frankly.
Yeah. My long lost daughter from an interesting moment I had back in the day.
Yeah, with Zippy's 35. Zippy is not one of the 12-year-old gang. Spooky Boy walks in. First question. No, I'm sorry. Been here before. Oh, this should be interesting. Okay. So first question of the day from Spooky Boy upon walking in the room. Thoughts on native people, or I suppose that would be native, because there's no E on the end, right? So I'm not sure of the native people. Must be a tribe or a group that I'm unfamiliar with. But if you mean native people, as in indigenous, I don't know. I'm still the jury's still kind of out on Sue, and since Sue is the duly appointed representative of all indigenous people throughout all time and space, I guess that's we have to reserve judgment until the jury's in on Sue, because again, throughout all time and space, yeah. Facts ruin everything. Sometimes no facts are not needed. Yeah. So, Spooky, thoughts on native people? They're people, right? Let's start the conversation there, I guess. Right? Because apparently that's where we need to start the conversation sometimes, is that they are in fact people.
We actually still exist. We're here in the flesh in today's world. Oh my God.
I beyond that, they're people just like you and me. I don't really have a thought on like groups of people usually, but people. They're people. They yeah. What's
my God.
Well, we were all waiting for Sue to go full native supremacist and call us all. I mean, I see it coming.
What the hell is Corporate Avenger?
Oh, it's a fucking like comic book character villain thing. No, I'm sorry. That's the other one. Corporate Avenger is a band. Let me double check my work
Never
here.
heard of it.
Yes, Corporate Avenger is the band. Yeah. I was thinking Toxic Avenger. Sorry. I'll get there. Give me a couple of tries.
I haven't heard of it. But first time I've heard of them.
I don't know if they are not, but they definitely have some like influence in that area by the same band. Spike, Brad, Xavier, met a dude named Marco in Huntington Beach, California, recorded some songs, released on Suburban Noise Records. Taxes Are Stealing EP. The EP featured the first song ever recorded by the group Evolve, a song questioning the origins of native peoples of Americas. And not like a shit ton past that. Though they have some really interesting song titles. The Bible is Bullshit, Jesus Christ Homosexual. You know, they seem, yeah. They called one of their albums The New Testament. Christians Murdered Indians. Okay, so it seems to be at least a theme for them. And it looks like later on they had somebody called Adawi providing sung vocals, at least on a couple of tracks. FBI File. All right. So there you go. They're a band.
They're a band. Cool. You know, I would laugh my ass off if it turned out that Karina was my long lost daughter.
Hey. Not knowing that aspect of your life, but I have a feeling that you probably dropped a bunch of irresponsible loads.
More than once, yeah. On more than one occasion, yeah. Yeah.
So it's at least there's at least a non-zero probability going on there with it.
Yeah.
Hey, Momo.
That's it, Karina. You found your dad.
And all dogs go to hell. The demon shepherds of Nazi Germany. And Arthur a revival to feature Arthur and DW as a heroin addicts. DTF for cash. Curious stream title tonight.
Hey, Momo.
Is it? All right. It's already. And you know what? I'm kind of feeling like a soft start to the week.
So what? You gonna say goodnight?
Yeah, I think I might actually get some food in me.
Dude, it's only three and a half.
Yeah, so fuck it. I've done 3-hour streams before. Yeah, like I'm thinking like nice big salad, fucking let that digest, and then do another workout routine like in the middle of the night sort of situation. No worries, Mama. It wasn't you anyway. Stray wants to know how that trip to the store is going, Sue.
Which trip to the store?
No idea.
To the car store to get that new car? Well, I haven't raised enough money yet to get it. Sorry.
Let me do the, all right. Give me one sec here, guys.
It wouldn't even be a trip to the store. It would be trying to evade child support. By going to the store to get my newfound long lost daughter some stuff so that she doesn't hate her dad.
So this was titled Hexy Proudhound reporting to you live from the TED shed. Yes, Kaiser. I think that's him, Momo. The ginger hair. I think that's him. Not Kaiser. We're not talking about, we know what Kaiser looks like. But I do think, Momo, that is him. Yep.
That's our long lost Kaiser.
Oh no, we do think that may be his his man. Yes, this is the famous him. Sure can fill out some jeans, huh? Yes. That's the love interest. Oh, Jesus Christ, Karina. No, yeah, it was Karina. Feel free to click the link for yourself. It's a fucking weird ass video. I'll give you that. Oops. Yes, and RV. Yeah, I am. I really am. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I'm fucking hitting them roids, bro. Beast mode. Like, why not? Right? Like, I mean, anybody who's broken and has chronic disability gets it. Right? Like, I have a window of opportunity here where I may be able to make some gains that I can hang on to for a few years. Right? Might as well. Might as well.
Oh God. Oh, Karina.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Mochi. Mochi Sleeps. You saw the Rick Astley. I mean the Rick Rolls video. All just look for the XCQW or whatever tag at the end. But let's see. Hold on. I want to react to that. Nice. And there we go. You know, might as well. Might as fucking well, right? I mean, I don't want to... Hey, non-binary. I don't want to, like, right? Like,
you can't leave yet. Look at all of these fucking beautiful people that are showing up.
I legitimately... Like, I'm going to have to get a bicep measurement just so I can track this, because I know it's not like huge gains, like muscle gains, but the fact that I've actually been utilizing my biceps and stuff like that, just the added blood flow, they're bigger. They are. Like, it's weird, but you know, that's what 2 weeks of it'll do. Hey, there's Cappy. Yeah. Cassidy blood flow. It is. I mean, this is why you work out before you do a shoot or something like that, right? Like before you're on film or before you're doing a photo shoot or before you get naked for somebody, right? You go do some push-ups or something like that, some quick squats. You know, you get the blood flowing around the body really quickly, you know, and get the muscles a little more inflated. Yeah. Just basic physiology territory. And any dude who's ever fucking shown his abs off or something to somebody knows how this works. like also other parts of the body too work in this way, but it's not muscle. No, I don't disagree. Azael. I'm sorry for killing your name there. I don't disagree at all. And I'm going to, you know, I'm working on getting it back. I'm not 100% sure I'll ever get my abs back from back in the day. I mean, maybe, but we'll see. But I am going to go for upper body gains because I've never really had them. I was always super lean and like lithe from climbing and stuff. You know, that functional muscle versus the sort of like weightlifter's muscle. And so, yeah, I think it's, I don't know. Thank you, Azael. Sort of proto-rickrolled my mom in the late 90s. Website called Bowser's Castle. That was sort of Joe Plumber alert page. No, it's not Otter. I mean, they may be called muscle twinks for all I know.
I mean, literally anything lower or smaller than a 24-inch bicep, you're a twink.
Twink is more a corollary to age and appearance. I've aged out. I don't qualify. I still have, you know, an appearance that could qualify, but I've aged out of it. All right, this is a problem. Like, that's not something I should have gone looking for. I went looking for like what a muscle twink is called, and like of course it's like a bunch of shit that I'm not gonna be viewing that on stream. That's definitely not going on stream, but I'm definitely not going to continue viewing that on stream either, which is wholly inappropriate.
Oh, it's one of those teeny weeny.
It most assuredly. Momo laughed her ass off. Non-binary porn. Karina, you're blushing. Yeah, I think it's twunk, right? Nowhere. I think it's something like that. Hope you had your cookies disabled. I don't give a shit about my porn browsing habits. If you think the government gives two shits about what porn you're looking at, quite frankly, no. And like this is my space, so ain't nobody would use my computer. Nobody. Like you visited me and you're like, hey, can I look something up on your computer really quickly? I'd hand you a tablet. I'm like, no, you're not sitting down at my computer. Sorry. It's just not a thing that's happening.
That reminds me, Kai.
Yes.
You gotta help set up both of my bots. So that like they'll talk shit to each other. But they'll talk like one will say something completely outrageously dumb, and the other one will like give them like some hardcore fucking facts.
You can actually, you could trigger a whole conversation based off a command structure. If you were looking for like an expression, you can search for you could have the command triggered by expression, and then you could have, just a series of responses. So everyone it's just essentially a loop of responses. So once the bots start talking, you could have like 20 commands that just fall in line. Related, any idea what an otter is in gay culture? Yeah. An otter is like bear light. It's a younger dude who is hairy, kind of chubby, on their way to becoming a bear, usually. Mitre.
Oh my God, Green.
Binger, get the fuck out. Momo would sit down at Kai's computer without permission. Momo, I wouldn't give you the chance. Kai, oh Jesus.
Jim Dog is coming in, Jimbo. See, look, you got more people raiding in.
Jim Bob Dog, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Karina. I mean, maybe not. Yes, no. Jesus, Karina, that's a conversation for off stream. Let's just put it that way.
First of all, let's just say ouch. Okay, that's where we're gonna leave it. Ouch. Lies. Hey, Madame Defarge.
It lies. There are more than two of us. And hey there, RZ, and welcome, Madame. And Jimbo. Jimbo, how was your stream? What did you get up to today? This fine evening. Yeah, I can literally feel my neuropathy kicking off. Like that's how the flares work. Like in the span of a couple of hours, it can go from nothing to stuff. I can literally feel it kicking off. Yeah. There you go. If you look up there, Madame, on the screen, you can see who's on a Discord call with me. Raiders at the gates of prawn. Learned about Vietnam and some of the helplessness of capitalism. It got heavy, but it was cathartic. Yeah, these days, like, we're just trying to migrate the space over to a more general space. It's Karina. I will be happy to talk to you about that, either on Curio's air or off the air entirely. That conversation is probably not appropriate for this channel. I do like some boundaries. Yeah, Estrella, we are trying to go that direction. Well, I'm glad it was a cathartic stream for you, Jimbo. I'm glad you got some work done. Besides that, what have you ate today? That's the thing. I'm I need food at this point. I've had a protein shake with some fat, some some pea protein isolate, stuff like that. Just post workout. Prepene, yeah, fucking propane, like propane and propane accessories. Thank you, Jimbo. And if you didn't catch the shout out link that happens automatically when raiders come in, because that is a thing, the bot is programmed for there. For that, I do believe I typed that correctly. There's a shout out. Yes, it is. There's a shout out. That's sort of like, Jesus Christ. Let's see, what do we got? Leftist, Buddhist, horticulturist, ex-game developer. Interesting. Anything that is interesting? Anti-racist, anti-imperialist. Hey, as long as you're against all empires, I'm fine with it. Hey, Maniac. Wither, I know I've eaten today, but I forget what. Interesting. Rev, I want to build a hovercraft that runs propane. I already have an 18 horsepower vertical shaft engine. That would be really interesting. Rev, if you do that, put like put it in like the shared content or something like that. Projects like that I'm always fascinated to see. So share that. For sure. Hey, Zachap.
What up, Radical?
Wither. Wither as a black man saying, Ebony tends to make most character art look a lot better if you ask me. So there's definitely just, so there is that. Definitely just saying. Fucking Wither. I mean, I have a type. I've got a couple of different types. We've discussed them at length on Curio Show before. So that's, if you want to know more about Kai's dating habits, you have to ask me either on Curio Show or off of my own air. Me and my coworker were talking cleaner energy sources. As an engineer in school, he's pretty psyched about hydrogen fuel cells. Dude, with the right production power supply, we've got near infinite fuel in the form of hydrogen from the oceans. That's a thing that we could lean on heavily for many years to come while we figure out fusion energy, if we fucking can. But while we figure out fusion energy, that most assuredly is one of those things that we could lean on pretty heavily. We just have to use sustainable, renewable power sources to drive the chemistry behind it.
Yes, Radical, that was me.
Fair enough, Rev.
Wait, Karina has a job? Yeah, okay, I'll accept that she's my daughter.
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, well, have I given up? No, I just needed reminding because I am but a lowly human being. If y'all motherfuckers are on Discord and you haven't added your skills to the skills exchange so the community, like, you know, look, you're not volunteering your time. All you're saying is this is the stuff I'm good at or capable of and that sort of thing. So we know, like, hey, maybe if I have a question about mechanical engineering, go to Superdad. If I've got a question about 3D print, like 3D industrial printing, we got somebody for that. If you've got addiction problems, we've got people for that. Like, for real, like, if you haven't dropped anything in the skills exchange, even if you don't think you have skills, a lot of you motherfuckers, I've heard talk like that before, that you look at some of the listings in the skills exchange, you're like, well, what do I have compared to that? I don't know. Are you a good listener? Congratulations. That's a highly valuable skill set, right? Like, there's all sorts of stuff that falls into the skills range that isn't like, oh, you know, I can build a car or, you know, I can get you to the moon type of skill. So there's plenty of stuff right there, Zippy. Like, what if I have no skills? Everybody has something they're good at. I'm sorry. Even if it's just the truth. So, like, yeah, more people in the skills exchange on Discord so we can coordinate that as a wider community, international fucking resources, is existing a skill. I'm pretty good at that. Jimbo, progress is not perfection. I think progress is perfection. I think I think we need to change that mindset. If we come to accept that the only perfection you will ever achieve is that pursuit, is that progress, is that journey, then maybe we could get some of these like pure utopian types to get their head out of their asses.
We're always going to be in need of jokers.
Good sense of humor, skill.
Clowns that may, do stupid, silly shit and make the rest of us all laugh and have a great time.
Dude.
Hey.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's, I'm a lighthearted, joking type of person. If you ever need levity in your life, contact me. Like, dude, skills. We've all got them. Whether you think you do or not. I mean, for sure. And for those of you who are reading what Rev just put into chat and are more politically minded, and you see immigrations, customs, and enforcement rather than internal combustion engine, this is me catching you up. So when you read Rev's post in chat that says ICE vehicles, they're not talking about immigrations vehicles. They're talking about internal combustion engine vehicles. Yeah, and I don't disagree, Rev. I think that that's actually something that could seriously be done. Oh shit, I forgot about La Migra. Yes, La Migra. Yeah. So yeah. So thank you for reminding me. There you go. If you're not already on the Discord server and you need an invitation link, let me know. Let a mod know. Anybody who's a mod on Twitch can issue an invite to the Discord server, or just ask me directly. That's a shame, Zippy. Let's see. Momo. So get a list going. Yeah, Estrella chat needs some self-confidence. They do. Get a list going. Keep a post-it note going, and then you don't have to sit down at the skills exchange list and go, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Momo is great with that mum voice.
We got a bunch of stuff in there. Fucking theater stuff. Wither's even in there. Like, Wither was the second one in. I'm looking at it now. Fucking Wither, trying to dunk on himself, but, theater stuff, acting, story building, sketching, like, art by hand, dancing. Like, come on. We've got, even, Chubby, fluent in English, French, and Spanish. Are you shitting me? Like, that's super useful. We got, victim advocacy, graphic design, spiritual stuff, sociology, psychology, cooking, woodworking, blacksmithing, a bunch of languages, a bunch of people who are handy as fuck, financial planning, photography, photojournalism, permaculture, animal rescue, animal husbandry. A bunch of web stuff.
What?
Animal husbandry, farm stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, breeding and that sort of stuff. Like keeping livestock. It's generally referred to as animal husbandry.
Okay.
Non-binary. Oh, boat building. Yeah, non-binary. If you're not already in that fucking skills exchange with some boat building shit, then I'm gonna yell at you some more. Fucking design engineering, process engineering. We've got, fighting, martial arts, like I said, like addiction, like people who have been through it and are willing to lend a shoulder and an ear if you're going through it, veterinary stuff, indigenous stuff, activist stuff, computer science book stuff, sailor stuff. Oh, I've got, longtime sailor, 15 years, licenses, titles to man ships, all sorts of stuff. So, Fertus is in there. Fertus was near the top. Fertus is all things artistic. Can do everything to make a video game, but none very well. Currently a visual effects teacher. I can help you find technical and creative solutions to achieve your video game or game projects.
Nah, superpowers. Karina just needs a really good Bishi hug.
I will, Rev, I will send you, let me send you a invitation link then, if you're going to finally download Discord due to peer pressure. Check your whispers as of right about now, Rev, and you will have an invitation to the Discord community. You know how to operate high-pressure steam boilers himself. That's a whole fucking thing unto itself. Are you capable of maintaining them? Because usually people who operate are the same who maintain. And if so, himself, I don't know if you're already on the Discord server, but you've been coming around for a while and have proved yourself not to be a psychopath. So I sent you a link. Yup. All right. Well, himself, check your whispers on Twitch. I sent you a Discord community invitation. Yeah.
Yes, and yes to everyone. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I see. Okay, I see typing. And sourcing got in there already. Fucking knocked that one out. R&D, research and product development, JavaScript, Google Apps Script, G Suite automation, HR and talent acquisition for over a decade. So interviewing, job seeking preparation. See, this is why whoever was it, Estrella? Good, Momo. Thank you for reminding me. See, I need help from the community. Remind me to do shit like this from time to time. Like, motherfuckers, get in there. Yeah. We even have historical firearms knowledge in there, for fuck's sake. And bunch of food preparation and preservation. Between myself and a whole bunch of other people, actually, we have some really high-end food preservation. I've done nitrogen packing, like vacuum and nitrogen packing for stuff, freeze drying, dehydration, canning, jarring, fermentation. Like, we've got, if you need to preserve food, like, we've got a bunch of people in our community that can point you in the right direction. So, yeah. And Momo, good job on the new mic. What microphone did you get? Just out of curiosity. The audiophile in me is curious, of course. There's himself. Maniac, that's really cool. Work right now, but I wrote him a reminder. I'll try to think of something. Rock on, Maniac. Thank you kindly. This is a weird thing. As a pharmacy technician, most of my skills are centered around billing insurance for pharmaceuticals. Zippy. That's actually a super useful set of skills and information that you have, because that's where a lot of people get fucked. Is improperly billed, or billed for a name brand rather than a generic at the pharmacy, and the insurance company turns it down as a result. That's that sort of stuff that can go a long ways as an American. You could potentially save somebody thousands and thousands of dollars with just one little bit of insight. So for sure, you need to be dropping that kind of shit in there. Yeah.
Hey, whatever happened to your selfies section?
I didn't have a selfie section.
Why don't you?
Because if you want to put a selfie up, put it in shared content. I don't have a narcissism channel. Sorry. Me. This is the me channel.
Me.
Oh.
Me. Hey, come on now. Mitre needs a channel for himself.
Mitre needs a channel to put his nuts in.
Yeah.
Is it it's one of the yeah, it's Shlizzy. Have you is it one of the USB ones? Momo, like a USB condenser? You're gonna get fucked either way, any way you put it. It's a fully capitalist dystopian reality. I understand that, Zippy, but you know, need a pupper channel. Any trans folks out there wondering if avoiding pictures is a normal feel? I'm usually fine, but being seen as I am now scares me. Karina, I didn't like photos for years and years and years. It had nothing to do with trans or being gay or any level. I just didn't like I didn't like photos being taken of me, quite frankly. My mom has very few childhood photos of me because if I saw a camera come out, I had issues. Like I was gonna duck and cover. So it took me, you know, some people just don't like photos, plain and simple. Yes, USB came with an arm and pop filter. All right, I know which mic you likely have then, Momo. But beyond that, yeah, it may be a normal fear of acceptance. It may be, you know, coming to terms with a new you. It may be a concern about, you know, potentially it getting out to the wrong people before you want it to be out to those people. There's a whole host of fears and concerns that could be tied up in that.
Karina, you are beautiful just the way you are. Have no shame.
So let's see. Lost in Nowhere got in there. Been in the restaurant industry for a long time, so I'm good at frontline customer service, skilled in the kitchen, love to bake, limited butchering skills, vegetables in the garden the whole life, former park ranger, comfortable with orienteering and backcountry travel. So, yeah, I mean, you could go out hiking with Lost in Nowhere, not get lost in the middle of nowhere, and feed yourselves if necessary. See? Karina's got a bunch in there already, too. Estrella dumping them in. Yep. Zippy worked at a cancer center. Remember Katie Porter dragging that pharmaceutical CEO? He used to dispense that med. It's a derivative of thalidomide. The insanity of that situation still boggles me. If you aren't familiar with thalidomide used to be prescribed to pregnant women and caused a whole bunch of not abortions, but miscarriages and birth defects. Like a shit ton. So yeah, thalidomide has a huge history. Wither updated their list. Straight ugh. I guess I have skills in quotes even. Jesus, Estrella. Yes, Cassidy, intense, serious birth defects. Yeah, it was fucked. Yeah, Estrella, there you go. I've worked on quite a few indie movie productions. Interesting. Coffee, gymnastics. Hey, I love that because I'm also random and probably not helpful, but I grew up in the gymnastics world, so I could probably answer questions about that too. Are you kidding me? Somebody may have a fucking kid, a cousin or fucking niece or nephew or some shit that's looking to get into gymnastics. Like, you know, you
hey,
could.
Over.
Yeah. Hey, be over. Yeah.
I said bend over. Hey, be over. What up?
Wither, you guys are incredibly skillful. Wither, you're 19. Like, you gotta go easier on yourself, brother. You really gotta go easier on yourself. Like, I mean, you wanna... I was about to ask you, Sue, but you and I both lived weird ass lives. You were not the correct two people to ask. Like, well, what were you doing at 19? We're the wrong people to ask that question if I'm trying to make that point. By 19, you were probably, I can imagine. Don't fill in the gaps. Knowing how young you started, I can imagine by 19 what you would manage to get up to. So not the right person I'd go to for that. But most people with her, most people by 19, they barely know, most dudes barely know where their dick is even. Like, you're still just a baby at 19 trying to figure the world out. Like, don't even worry about it.
Hey, I can't help it. I enjoy doggy, okay? Like, fuck. It's just the way it is, all right? I'm not ashamed of it. It is a preference.
Let's teach everyone how to do backflips is sourcing.
Doggy doll. And what up, Rabbit?
Let's see. Rabbit, you're fine. Wait, Rabbit's in there. I'm like, wait a second. Motherfucker, I swear to God, if Rabbit's not in the skills exchange, I'm gonna fucking smack somebody. Let's see. If we all got together, we could...
You don't want to know my life. Although I do share some of it quite openly.
Sue had to grow up quickly. Let's we can condense it down to that one. Sue had one of those life arcs that requires a whole lot of growing up really quick. Rev, I grew up in oh shit. Rev, are you on the Discord server? Like, that's a skills list that definitely should be on the Discord server. Like, Rev, I grew up in the woods, know how to prospect for some valuable minerals, experienced greenskeeping, landscaping, framing, siding, roofing, painting, some horticulture, minor plumbing and electrical, guess mechanicking, cashiering, working at a shoe factory, worked at a water bottling plant, and goddamn cashiering. Yeah, Rev, if you're not on the Discord server, like, for sure, you, oh, okay. Well, let me get you a new one. Sorry. Oops, wrong one. Let me, I'll make this one good for a day. Generate, copy. There we go. Where's Rev? Rev. Whisper. There we go. All right. Link sent. Rev. Link set. And Wither is right. If we all got together, we probably could own we could run a fucking city. Like, we could build, but in the PR community, I'm like, for just we have in the skills list, like, we could design, engineer, like, construct and operate a town, no problem. Like, no problem. Like, the skill sets that we have just in our skills exchange list could easily do all of that sort of stuff. We could create a town from scratch and make it run. And we could make it a nice habitable place with arts and learning and, like, cultural centers. Like, we've got, like, we got a ton of art. It's just, what did Sue do before we met him? How far back you want to go, Zippy? You know how to get worms for fish bait in the woods with just a knife. Is that the vibrating, the vibrating method, Rev? Or how else? What's your method there? Rabbit 19 is your first pagan orgy. Let's see. Okay, gymnast. When I was 50, my dad impressed by this girl doing back handsprings at a beach, and I tried showing off. Bad idea. I'm not very good anymore. Dude, be over. You shouldn't be doing back handsprings at a beach at the age of 50, probably, especially if you haven't practiced them in a few years. Momo, at 19, I was cleaning toilets for under the table pay. At 19, I was at my first job. still because I got my first job at age 18, and I was regional director of technology for a group of boys and girls clubs in the Southwest. That's what I would have been doing at 19. Let's see. Thank you, Nowhere. I'm a big fan of the skills exchange. It's a rabbit. I mean, Kai's seen the pics. I was popular. Yes, I have seen young shirtless rabbit. Yes. Barely made it past the round off. Oh. I'm okay. Okay, I'm in. Time to enact my nefarious plot to figure out what the hell is Discord. Wait, was that what was that vibration method question for me? Yes, Rev, I think it was. You were the one talking about having using a knife, right? Yes, getting worms for fish bait using only a knife in the woods. I was curious as to your method. Nowhere at 19, I was a college soccer player. Really wish I was that fit right now, dude. 19, college soccer player. Yeah, you were good looking. You were worth looking at. Some eye candy. How hard is it being a director? Film or stage with her, because those are two entirely different skill sets. Director for camera and a director for stage really do require entirely different things. I can't speak to film very much. I can speak to stage because that's what I did. I did theater. I didn't do film. So yeah, it just depends which one you're asking about. And how hard is it being a director? I mean, some people would find it incredibly difficult, but honestly, I don't think it is. It's not too terribly difficult. I do think that you should probably be a pretty good actor to start with. I think that helps immensely. Understanding the process and understanding what an actor has to do to engage in their craft. Yeah, I think that's super useful for directors and directors who went to like film school and shit like that just to be a director and never really acted. I think it shows. But yeah. Oh, that kind of director. Yeah, that's easy. Director of technology. Yeah, those kinds of positions, they're actually super easy. Being a director of something in a business, it's usually a pretty cush gig. Did you see the Wanger as well? No, I didn't. Rabbit was a waiter. Highline accounts. I could run 2 minutes and 2 miles in 12 minutes, 3 in 21. Yeah, I think my my mile time was something like 6:24 or something around there. Stray at 19, so 2 years ago. I don't remember 2 years ago. Oh, sourcing, that'd be really nice. Momo, fine. I did the thing. Good Momo. Good Momo. Karina, I was accruing debt at 19 learning skills. I could have learned better with one-time purchasing of online courses. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. No. Yeah, Rev. Like, I've also seen the, like, vibrato that's utilized for driving worms to the surface. But, okay, so you're just doing the tapping method. That's what I was curious about, Rev. Miss Fencing, Miss Lacrosse more, though, says Rabbit. Played soccer in college, but not for the official team. 19 was the year I started getting sick. By 20, I was housebound. Oh, zombie. I feel you. Estrella, ugh. I hate film school people. They're a different type. Yeah, director roles are largely just dealing with BS reports and shifting work to others. Yes. And I mean, like I said, my first job, like my first, I worked for somebody else and I'm getting a W-2 job. Because I'd been working, like I've talked about before, I was doing custom programming at age 14 for ridiculous amounts. But yeah, my first job was a regional director of technology for a fucking international nonprofit organization. Like, I've not lived a normal life. So Airbus motherfuckers can drink. I was a security guard at that age. Rabbit, wait, what's wrong with film school people? Oh, they're fucking weird, Rabbit. I'll go out on that limb. 19 was the year I was in Love Rock musical, hair touring the Soviet Union. Jesus, be over. You've had a weird run too. Yeah, nowhere be over. Expand, please. Be over's had one of the weird lives too. Yeah, Rabbit, but I was a film school. Never mind. Yeah, Rabbit. Fucking you went to school with those people, you know. Film school managers they're different. All arts degrees usually are 3 degrees of normal. All right, so what do I'm wait, pending. Sure. All right, so commons. There we go. All right, back to the skills exchange. What did Momo put in? Mom. I guess I would agree this is my primary skill. I mother everyone. I try to make sure everyone feels welcome, supported, and like they have someone to lean on. A place to call home. My DMs are always open. And we have basic medical, nonprofit, activism, cooking, and addiction. See? Telling you, skills exchange is where it's at. It's a super useful little like anarchist tool set that we use. First thing you got to figure out if you're gonna run a mutual aid network of any kind, what's everybody good at? What are you comfortable doing? What can you do? And then you can start building something. Whether I'm pretty convinced I'm high right now. Maybe you are. Jesus Christ. There's a few film school people who are okay. Most, though, absolutely have no crew skills and just know a bunch of useless theories. So when they get a job, they think they're the best and try to school industry professionals on what to do and only want to work as director and do no work. There's my rant for film school students who try to work on a set, says Estrella. Spoken like somebody who's worked on a fair few sets in their life. Yeah. Man United. Ah! Boo. St. Pauli for the win. RV, I was basically partying. Had a PhD in that and delayed my BA till my 30s. I feel ya. Rev. Disconnect, force quit the app, reconnect. See what happens. Maybe one day, Wither. Maybe one day. We'll see what, we never know what the future holds in that regard. Wither said, just saying I would love life if I was in a commune or a communal with you guys. Yeah, maybe one day, Wither. Let's see. Where's mine? There it is. All right. Got to decide on a state for our commune. Actually, can we choose a different country? This is Australia. How about Belize or Dominica? Kai's preferences are showing. Just saying, if we were gonna discuss that, if like we actually organized that as a community. Night, Momo. Take care of yourself.
Aw, good night, Momo.
We got a Cassidy Dominica. Yes. Deleuze. I'm familiar with, no. Aware of, yes. Skeptic. That sort of like post territory. I don't do a whole lot of reading in these days. The last update I had to do to my philosophy underpinnings was more Foucault due to the post-anarchist power dynamic analyses that rely upon Foucault's principles. But Deleuze, or however we wish to pronounce that name, no. And as far as fucking Guaratiti or whatever, no, I am not. St. Pauli is based. If I was in Europe with my current political beliefs, would probably support a smaller club. Yeah, St. Pauli is my team. Okay, reset and verifying my email did it. One or the other. All right. Oh yeah, Rev. Yeah, you can't post to the server if you don't have a verified email address. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's a thing. Also, if your account is younger than 5 minutes, and you don't, you have to have a verified account. It has to be older than 5 minutes, and then you can post on the server. Yeah. So, yeah, your account was older. With the hiccup, you got the 5 minutes, and then you just had to verify your email, and then you were in. I'm down with Casitas someplace south of here. Dude, I'm telling you, Belize or the Caribbean, Central America or the Caribbean, for sure. I'd be down. Like, if we wanted to set up some, like, high-tech eco-village, like, we're like, you know what, we want modern conveniences, we want the internet, but we want to do it, you know, ecologically and sustainably minded with anarchistic organizing principles for how we run the township sort of situation, you'd have my attention for sure. Yeah. His book's not a Marxist, isn't opposed to say. Fair enough. Not a brag, just love seeing all those students who thought that they were the next Kubrick trying desperately to figure out how to adjust the volume because they put the mic on the other side of the room for the performers. Nice, Rabbit. Yeah, audio engineering's a whole thing unto itself. What the fuck? Where is Estrella? My college journey has just been to try different things and take as long as possible. That's actually, Estrella, that's a valid thing. Oh, go ahead, Sue. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, Domenico sounds really cool, but we need to find boats for those of us who can't get past the U.S. border.
Oh yeah, no, there's a way to do that. I've actually, for reasons, I've looked into how to do that journey. So we could get you down there. That's something I'm familiar with.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a doable task.
You have no idea how it feels like to like have all these places that you want to go see, but because the U.S. border is such a fucking fuckwad.
I mean, I kind of do with my food limitations and my neurological conditions. There's lots of places I'd rather be, and I could travel to them, but it's too much of a fucking headache to do it, quite frankly, because the days of me throwing on a pack and just hitchhiking my way across something are behind me. So it takes more work than that, but I feel you. Can we convince the government that we're one of those societies who should not be approached or contacted? We'll just, every time they come along, we'll shove Sue out in front of us. And just go out there. It doesn't even have to be a language, dude. Just go out there and make something up. Just indigenous it up. So maybe these fuckers will go away.
I might be able to do a direct flight.
You could. You could. What you could do is you could actually fly to Cuba. You could fly down to Cuba, and then you could hop over using that route.
Yeah.
Yeah. Traditional.
Although, let's hope that they don't sit back and say, well, seeing as how we see you on this flight list that's flying over the United States, we can't let you come in at all.
Yeah. Yeah, the traditional route down to Dominica is, depending on where you're going, you may have a layover at JFK, but you're probably going to stop at Fort Lauderdale, and then Fort Lauderdale to San Juan, Puerto Rico, and then Puerto Rico over to Dominica. That's usually the traditional route, but there are other routes to get there. We need some bows, says Estrella. Yeah, direct flights, Canada to Mexico sort of situation. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Rabbit. Just fucking 2 pairs of socks and some power bars, and you're good. Let's see. If that doesn't work, we'll blare gay anthems at them so viciously it scares them off like psychological warfare. So we got to convince them we haven't had contact with the modern world. We're trying to convince these fucking government officials we haven't had contact with the modern world, and yet we're standing in front of a place with like air conditioners, solar power, and a fiber internet connection and shit. And we're like, what, that? Yeah, don't worry about that. That's ancient Amazonian indigenous fiber optic technology. It's very traditional. Very traditional. You have it too? So you're appropriating our culture? Yeah. I could just imagine that fucking skit. Just like half of us just white as the driven snow, basically standing there like, yeah, sure. Yeah. No, don't worry about that. Yeah, super advanced. You just never having contact. Cover all wires in bamboo, people. The popo's coming. Yeah. Well, Skeptic, sorry you're not old enough to make it to Vegas. No, be over. No, my preference isn't necessarily for, how did you put it? Lovers. To have a spicy flavor. No, it's not that particular attraction. I'm infamously at this point a fan of the region. I love the weather. I love the beach life. I love the flora and fauna, sans like a fleur-de-lis sort of situation in the jungles in South America. But I'm sorry, fleur-de-lance, not fleur-de-lis, fleur-de-lance. Psycho little snake. Himself, you should have had the option to sign that up. When you did your Discord account registration, there should have been an email that they were looking for. When you registered, it should have been email, username, password, and a date of birth. So whatever email you gave them, check that for a verification email. And then there should be a link in there. We can use Elon Musk's internet and claim it was ours first. I mean, yeah, exactly right. The pretty guys don't hurt either, but that's not the main reason. Yeah, I really like the region. I really like the Caribbean. I really like spending time down there. I like the cultures. I like the mix of cultures. And I like the beach. It's just, I like the beach. Like, I'm not huge on oceans, to be honest, but I love beaches. Let's see. I've only been to Galveston as far as beaches go. Oh, there's so many good beaches. So many good beaches. Yeah. Dominica doesn't have the best beaches. It really doesn't. Some of the best beaches are in some of the areas you really don't want to swim, quite frankly. Like, I mean, the Grand Bahamas actually have amazing beaches, but the oceanic area, the Caribbean area right around the Bahamas is where the highest density per capita shark attacks actually occur in the world. And so not the place you want to swim. Some of the nicest beaches, though. Yeah, Rabbit, I'm weird. I like volcanic beaches. I mean, Champagne Bay in Dominica is amazing. There's no way around that. Like, it's an amazing place to be. But I like a nice sandy beach. I really do. And there's a whole bunch of options in the Caribbean for that. And mine, because, well, it's a colony. My choice, is usually Puerto Rico because it's the easiest to get to. I don't have to do any fucking extra work, right? It's ours. You show up, they take U.S. money, they speak English and Spanish, right? Like, you're good. Yeah. But,
cigarettes and everything are cheap down there.
I don't know. The Jones Act actually may drive up the cost of those cigarettes extensively. I don't know. They have this thing called the Jones Act. It's just bullshit. Basically, all of their stuff has to come to mainland U.S. first. We can't ship anything really directly to Puerto Rico.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's a thing. One package of Marlboro cigarettes in San Juan as of April 1st of this year is $9.
That's still cheaper than up here in Canada. Damn near fucking $20 a pack up here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what cheap would look like here in the U.S. Like, we've got some pretty fucking cheap places.
Well, if you have like the no-name brand ones, I think they're like still low. The last time I was down in the States, they were like only like a buck or two. But once again, that was a long time ago. Oh my God, $13. Damn.
I'm just looking. Alabama, $5.44.
Damn.
Yeah. Let me see if there's
Karina. Okay.
Missouri, $4.91. Yeah. So that's about the lowest you're going to go in the U.S. right now is Missouri with a $4.91 pack.
Well, that just tells you how long ago it's been since I was allowed into the States.
Well, I mean, we have a not insignificant tobacco industry here. So it's a thing. $6.50 in Indiana for American Spirits. Fair enough. $8 where Rabbit thinks they're $8 where he is. Yeah, cigarettes are relatively cheap here. Let me find the most expensive.
So I'll expect you all to bring at least 2 cartons of American Spirits on the journey.
New York. New York is our most expensive state with Connecticut right behind it. DC right behind that. And then Hawaii. hiked into an interesting beach in Hawaii several years ago. Small green sand beach sitting at the bottom of some cliffs. Probably the most enjoyable for me, but I don't get into standard beaches with lots of people. Sourcing. I went to the last time I was in Puerto Rico was a few years ago after the hurricane. All of the snowbirds, all of the fucking elderly tourists, and all of the fucking gringos that have houses down there in some of the prime beach areas, they were gone. They fucking vacated the fuck out of that place. There was running water, there was electricity, there was food, there was internet. Cheapest vacation I've ever had in my entire life. And I was there for weeks. And I went in the middle of the week on one of the most popular beaches in San Juan. And there was 3 people on maybe a couple of miles worth of beach. I literally could look down and I saw them. Like we were just massively separated, and it was just us. It's like a Wednesday like midday sort of situation. It was honestly amazing. I was walking distance from an amazing taco shop, and this is my idea of heaven. Like it literally is. Like, you want to know what works for Kai? I want to be able to walk down to the beach or walk towards the beach, grab some tacos, walk down there, and have a sangria and a joint and some tacos with my feet in the sand, staring out at the ocean. That's it. I'm good.
You know what I think is really funny?
What?
It's really funny, but they tell me that with my lungs, I'm better off by the ocean at sea level.
Yeah. A more oxygen-rich environment for you rather than higher altitudes, which have thinner air. Yeah. Be better for you. I feel like this stream is good for my health, says Wither. Does free speech even exist anymore? Yeah. Nobody took it away from you. It still exists. We're probably going to need a conversation, though, as to what the nature of what your concept of freedom of speech means, and some further elucidation thereof. But Kai wants to live in Orange County. Dude, if we could get rid of... Lost. Here's the thing. I think Southern California is the best piece of land on the planet. It's all the other shit. It's the people, it's the governance, it's all of that bullshit that makes it not amazing to live. But if you could reset Orange County back to like 1950 or something like that, or 1930, where all of that suburban sprawl and development and white flight shit didn't happen, and it's just the coastal paradise that entire region is. Are you kidding me? That's some of the best land on the planet. It's absolutely an amazing place to be. Like I said, sans all of the other bullshit. Yeah, it's amazing. Exactly. I lived there for nearly 10 years. It's shit. Yeah, exactly. The land is just one of the best places on the planet to be. But having to put up with all of the other bullshit is intolerable. Yeah, when you can't afford to do anything.
I mean, we could go to like the Dominican Republic or somewhere, and then for a while, and then hop over and go visit Silver Spook and all of them over there on the island.
Well, your rhetorical question then was poorly formed. does free speech even exist anymore? And then your counter is, well, no, bud. Free speech doesn't exist because in every state known to man, there are constraints against what we're allowed to say. Then by your definitional set, freedom of speech has never really existed. It's a purely theoretical concept then for you. So then I don't understand what you're complaining about. Oh, Zippy, you did your skills. Jesus. Interesting. Himself. Really interesting jack of all trades situation you got going on there too. Also knows how to breathe fire and do fire object manipulation. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Fascinating.
One of those.
I know enough Spanish to gossip, said Zippy. California will annex Arizona in the next 50 years. Hey, account that was created all of 5 days ago, maybe? Maybe dial it back with the ad hominem attacks. Pew pew pew. Freedom checkmate lib. Let's see. Oh, yeah, exactly, Zippy. Like, exactly. All right, so back to the skills of you, the Zippy.
Oh, God. It's not even a smart or entertaining troll.
I don't think they're actually trolling. Hey! Let's see, hang on. I think they're serious.
Oh, Lord, that makes it even worse.
Log in, please. Not yet. All right, cool. Delete that notice, and we're good. Hey, Elliot. It's just not, it's not something that happens. It really isn't, to be quite frank. All right, so we got a few more. We got, let's see, what do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more people in the skills exchange, and it looks like Kaiser may be in there right now, fucking adding to it as well. So we might 8. Why Kaiser hasn't already added to it, I don't know why.
Yeah, Sid did whatever. What's your stance on Jeeps?
And that's a misuse of the straw man fallacy. Just FYI, since usually right-leaning debate bros love to throw out the it's a straw man. That's a straw man, except it's not a straw man fallacy. Just FYI. Yeah, I love that sort of thing. It's
Well, you can always
No,
leave.
it's a red herring. A straw man argument is a logical fallacy that's implemented in order to distract or dissuade from the actual point. It's a misrepresentation. So, oh no, I can we untime them out? Like that's there we go. It's a misrepresentation. It's also known as a red herring in some circles, if you're familiar with that idiom. But, you know. You seem a little wound up. Oh yeah. I got you, Wada. Let's see. Hold on, Wada. Check your whispers. There we go. Check your whispers, Wada. Whatever your fucking name is, I'm just going to call you CNC, even though I know that's not your name, and it's kind of an insult to computer-controlled systems, but whatever. Hey, on CNC, you've already started calling people names over the internet, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and by hate, I mean absolutely revel in pointing out other people's hypocrisy, but you also threw down the ad hominem gauntlet very early on in your argumentation, and so... You do. Yeah, you seem frustrated. Are you okay? I mean, you seem to just, you need, cool. Glad, Wallada. CNC, well, that's C and C, Command and Conquer. CNC, Computer Numerical Control, is how, what I was referring to. BMWs are in style. I mean, only if you're a twat from, like, South London. Yeah. Like, BMWs haven't been in style for maybe 15 years, especially in North America. Yeah, they're mostly referred to as, you know, the Cox car. You kind of have to be a bit of a cock to drive one these days. They're not really in fashion at all. And I mean, it's not like I see high-end vehicles where I live. I mean, I've got, you know, got a neighbor who drives a fucking Bentley, for Christ's sake. Like, if I go to the store, if I go to my grocery store, there's actually a guy who drives a Lambo for the fucking shopping run. I'm not kidding you. It's absolutely stupid. And we all laugh. Because I like to hang out with, like, the, you know, the store staff and stuff like that, and we talk. And it's like, yo, here he is, fucking doing the grocery run in a fucking Lambo.
I have to say, this dude is like one of the poorest trolls and unentertaining that I've seen in a while. Let's say it. Sorry, dude.
Let's see, what do we got? Oh, he's just adorable. I got news. There's a group of rebels that are planning to take the capital in Central African Republic. Yeah, we may have to hold a vote on him. It's probably not good that even we know they're planning to take the capital. Like, that's the kind of plan I would probably just keep under wraps a little bit. Like, if some random Twitch streamer on the other side of the globe knows you're planning to take your country's capital, that's, OPSEC was not first and foremost in that operation, I can say that.
Cringy Antifa members in here.
Oh,
okay.
You're adorable. Hey, Scenic D, you want to get on the air? Seems like you have a lot to say, and it seems like you need probably a compassionate ear. And Like, I mean, we're here for you, man. Clearly, you're just alienated by society. Look, society is corrosive. Our modern sort of neoliberal hyper-capitalistic model alienates and erodes self-confidence, and people overcompensate and project. It's rough. It's rough living within this sort of corrosive and oppressive system. So I can get how, you know, there's a whole host of pathologies and personality malignancies that can rise to the top for an individual. But we're here for you, man. Seriously. Like, if you want to get some of it off your chest.
What is this? Didn't you all create a state and it failed in 3 weeks? How sad. Like, what state are you talking about? Who do you think you're talking with?
Oh, how about the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya, which lasted for 375 years? How about the Whitehall colony? How about Shinmin? How about Zomia? You got any others that you want to talk about? Oh, poor little Scenic D. He doesn't actually know history. All he knows is what probably mainstream media informs him of. But that's okay. Again, you are a victim of this. And I value you just as much as a human being, as a person, as anybody else. Whether they agree with me or disagree with me, whether they mean to do me harm or whether they don't. I value you as a human being. I truly do. And I know that level of empathy to somebody like you probably comes off as insincere. Because you're not used to conversing or interacting with somebody like that. I get it. But it's okay, man. It's nothing but love. It's nothing but love. See? It's the best way to deal with it. Hey, Lost in Nowhere. Thank you for the gift sub, and congratulations, Lupe.
Wow.
Kospaya became a political and economic threat to the Papal States. So the Papal States, in coordination with a prince, blockaded and starved Kospaya out, forcing them to surrender or sign over their sovereignty. They lasted for 375 years, as I said. Zomia is still going. Shinmin lasted for as long as it needed to. Shinmin cropped up due to the Korean conflict, shall we call it. And so it was a stopgap measure taken by the people of the region to feed and take care of themselves using anarchistic techniques. Zomia is still going. It's 100 million people strong. Rojava is, dependent on the day, what it may or may not be there. Trumbleplex outside Detroit is still going. It's been going since like 71. Whitehall was in the UK and was forced to surrender their sovereignty by the British government, I believe. I don't think it was the UK that did that one, but it was the British government. And again, the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years. And became such an economic and political threat that the Papal States had to coordinate and organize a blockade of them. So, how'd they do economically?
It worked out for you.
Yeah, you're... yeah, CNTFAI had Spanish Civil War. Yeah, skeptic would be what you were referring to. Hey, Scenic D, how long has the U.S. been a country? Oh, by the way, Zomia is 100 million strong and still going. And by the way, they aren't states because anarchists don't believe in states. Welcome to the program. How long has the U.S. been going? Because Kospaya lasted for 375 years. So, again, how old is the U.S.? And we haven't even touched on indigenous communities because, quite frankly, why bring out big guns for such small fucking fish?
True.
Oh. Again, ad hominem, logical fallacy. Because you're failing to actually, because you're failing in the marketplace of ideas, as laissez-faireists so love to put it, you are resorting to insults. Get on air. Have a conversation.
Because they don't actually have any real intelligence. They just spout fucking bullshit.
Yes, Rev, what am I, a petit bourgeois? Get on air, coward. You just want to sit and chat and be a little angry. Nowhere. Of course they haven't. Hey, Lupe. Oh, there's no way Scenic can actually define a state. Not without consulting a search engine really quickly. There's no fucking way that this fucker knows what a nation state is.
Mm-hmm.
No. Scenic, this is what I do. I'm an advocate for anarchy and anarchism. I have been an anarchist for longer than maybe you have been alive, depending on how you're behaving.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I'm perfectly capable. I actually have high-level conversations with people about this, but you're not warranting that. I'm not taking you seriously, sweetheart. You're just an angry young dude, probably. As Bannon was a fan of saying, intense young males. Perfect for recruitment. Take a deep breath. Maybe go smoke a joint. It's like, you need to relax. Maybe go run. Something a little more healthful for you. Go for a jog. Get it out of your system. Scream at the universe. I think 10 years, right? You've been an anarchist since I was 10 years. Oh, no, skeptic. I've been an anarchist since, I mean, I'd probably put like words to it. 23 years, 20 on the low side, conservative estimate. You know, yeah. Been able to discuss theory at a high level, little over 10. But been practicing and involved in communities in one way, shape, or the other, 20 to 23 years. Yeah. It's been a bit. Yeah, I'm skeptic. I'm only 20 years old, so longer than my existence. Yeah, it's been a moment. No, Scenic, we said you couldn't define a state. Not that it was impossible to define a nation state. We said it was impossible for you. Oh, Peanut. You're so adorable. Get on the air. I'll get you an invite. We'll get you on the air. Engage in the dialectical exercise. Come on, use rhetorical device. You can do it. I'd say you're a big boy, but I'm not entirely sure you are, frankly. I'm not 100%. Those nuts have descended yet. But come on, get on the air. Have the conversation. You can do it. I mean, I don't think you can. But, you know, for the purposes of encouragement, you can do it. Aww. Come on. You wanted to have a political conversation. You wanted to engage in the dialectical exercise as it stood before us, right? I'm the thesis. You're the antithesis. Let's get a synthesis going. You can do it. I'm sure you're caught up to a date on your Hegelian dialectics, right? I'm sure, for sure you are.
Not even fucking close.
Hegel was a philosopher. Just to catch you up a little bit. Yeah, right, McSecular? Kiddo, I'm almost 40. Scenic, I'm almost 40. It's the hate that's making you age prematurely, Scenic.
Mm-hmm.
Rev. Except I'm not violent. Except you're the one that goes to the but you live in a society Joker fucking meme level of thought. Meanwhile, here I am attempting to provoke a conversation about at least some mid-tier philosophical concepts, economic, social, and otherwise. But you refuse. You stand before me only able to resort to ad hominem attacks, really, because it seems that you've got no substance behind your rhetoric. Be over, because they're always cowards. This type of person is 100% always a coward. They won't actually put forth.
They'll just stand there and demand for answers when they can't answer anything. And the only thing that they do answer back in anything is resorting to trying to call people down.
That's fair. Down. Hey, Scenic. What's your definition of pure anarchism? Because I'm sure someone as galaxy-brained as you will have a ready definition that won't be a copy and paste from Wikipedia's first two sentences on anarchism, right? What is your definition of pure anarchism? Because again, anarchism is a network of ideas. Well, for the first time for you, it's an Emma Goldman quote. Emma Goldman was an anarchist, just so you know. Anarchism is a network of ideas, not a monolithic philosophy, so there is no pure utopic vision of anarchism. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. But again, who's got time for actually knowing things? Hey, Rev. Kospaya, Rojava, Trumbleplex, Whitehall, Zomia, Freetown Christiana. Named. Next. Peanut. You're out of your league. You just don't realize it. Christiana's still going. Trumbleplex still exists. Zomia still exists. Rojava still exists. Like, yeah, Zapatistas, if you want, I don't really count them. They use anarchistic organizing principles in some instances, but I don't count them. I mean, they're on the list if you know the cheat sheet. Crossdresser, this is not going to happen. We're at near the end of the stream. Come back 5 days a week. We've gone in details before. Of a lot of these places. Trumbleplex still exists. It's right outside of Detroit, actually. It was one of the during the real fall of Detroit. It was one of the few functioning neighborhoods in and around the Detroit metro area. They have residential, they have library, they have art spaces, they have a theater. They provide their own internet. All anarchistically operated and interfacing successfully with a neoliberal hyper-capitalistic model. Rojava definitely has some Bookchin principles. They've also got some Kropotkinism in there, to be sure. But Rojava is definitely using the federated municipality of Bookchin to a huge extent. Oh, do you want the cheat sheet, Lost In?
Ooh, because clearly you don't have any understanding of what terrorism actually is.
Again, I'm still waiting. Yeah, no. Yeah, Amaris. Aw. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't get you a little pee-pee hard for your scenic, but we're moving on. Hey, Positive. Chud Talk sounds like me, someone who didn't get enough attention from Daddy when he was growing up, for sure.
Hey, Positive.
Define a steak now. If you cook your steak any further than medium rare, you are a terrorist. There. Hey, Scenic, everything can't be cringe, or else nothing is cringe. It's just sort of how it works. Oh, well, they'll have to, Kvass. They've spun. The account's 5 days old. They're that type of person that has to have a new account every 5-7 days because they end up getting mass reported probably due to racist, terrible, fucking, probably homophobic, transphobic, racist takes that they inevitably end up spouting. Probably some Jewish question stuff too. It's usually where you find yourself. Aww. Sweetheart, it's loose. Oh, you're just adorable. Can I smoke a steak? You can with her. You can lightly smoke a steak. I wouldn't smoke it like to completion, but you can lightly like cold smoke a steak and then sear it in like cast iron. Super good. There it is. There it is. You just have to bait them out. Eventually they'll get there. Mm-hmm. They're always the same type of person. They're just bigots. They're angry, alienated bigots. Mm-hmm. That's all.
That are sitting downstairs in their mommy's fucking home on their mommy's computer, typing away because they think they're big fucking tough guy when they got nobody, no friends, no nothing. And they will never, ever get anywhere in life.
Purposefully and willfully intolerant of a series of ideals, beliefs, or existing attributes of a human being. You can be bigoted towards creed, you can be bigoted towards ethnicity, you can be bigoted towards sexuality, but you are just, you know, by and large, bigoted.
Well, if this is so cringe, you can sure as hell go find some.
That's the only word they have, by the way, is cringe. It's kind of sad how lacking their vocabulary is. Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point of your sort of like, I don't know, psychosocial developmental stages as a human being, I'm guessing you're post-pubescent at least. So either you're like 17 to 25 and you're in that like angry dude stage, or you're in the full-blown, I have been sold a bill of goods and bought it lock, stock, and barrel. And you're like 45 or something like that. And you're just like an angry dude, plain and simple. I'm hoping that it's the younger because you'll grow out of that shit. You underestimate our educational system, skeptic, or overestimate it. Gender's easy to transition. It's a social concept to start with. You're referring to your biological sex, Scenic, which is a different thing. Oh, positive. Don't feel bad for their family. Their family's probably the same way. That's how most people end up this way. Is their families are similar. Yeah. Estrella, probably worse. Oh, no, Wither. It wasn't the song that was going to be temporary. It was the tanky alert command, which still exists. I haven't disabled it yet. Scenic, I'm not answering another question, and I'm going to start ignoring you from this moment. I'm literally just going to move on past you. I'm not going to address, even if chat addresses you, I'm going to continue ignoring you unless you get on air with me and actually have the conversation. Until then, you're dead to me. Somebody who actually matters, feel free to tag me and let me know if Scenic is down to have the conversation. Otherwise, I'm just going to begin ignoring that sort of shit. So, yeah.
It just looks like he's projecting.
Whatever. Who? What? What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, no. So, anyway. It was where we were before fucking the bigoted idiot rolled into the room. Let's see. Anyway, oh yeah, Zippy had just filled out. Zippy had put into the skills exchange, and it looks like let's see, we got self promotion. So Momo went live.
Oh, live! Yay!
And let's see.
Oh wait.
We got more shit happening. Oh, we got conversation back and forth between Rev and fucking Wither over on Discord. All right, cool.
It's a flip a coin, but I think before we get anything towards that, we might want to look at removing the one thing and not allowing it to go someplace else.
Oh, well, they travel anyway. Like if you ban somebody and they stick around watching your stream and you do a raid, they come with you. Yeah, that's how that works. Trust me, I have direct firsthand experience with seeing how that shit works. Yeah, because it's, like I said, I love my hate watchers. They're hilarious to me. That just, I hate you. I'm going to sit here and increase your metrics and watch you for 3 hours straight. They're adorable. But yeah, if they are banned on your channel from participating in chat, they do actually go over with the raid. And so you have to warn people sometimes, like, oh, incoming trash.
Well, if we do go over to Momo's, Rabbit is here, so Rabbit has a sword over there, so Rabbit is fully aware.
It would be funny just to fucking drag it over to Curios and immediately ban again because I'm a mod over there. Okay, we're going over here. Ban. Oh. Hey, nonsense. Did you see the Tennessee reporter got confused about the shooting she was covering? No, I didn't. But I'm not surprised. Awada, I have a question. How do I not dehumanize people that just run the same script over and over again? Do what you saw on Sue and I do near the top of that. Just show them unabashed compassion and empathy. Just nothing but sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Just do that. Like, you're a human being. I love you still, just as the same as I love all of my brothers and sisters in my species. Like, I care about you, and clearly you have a problem. There's something going on with you that is leading to unnecessary anger, and you're seeking an outlet online. And I'm here for you. You may not want me to be here for you now or even anytime in the future, but I'm here for you nonetheless. Do that. It's It's a great way to go. Don't watch Coded Bias on Netflix. All right, fair enough. A Q-obsessed mother stabbed her 3 children. Her cousin posted her cousin posted about it on Reddit and linked the news story as people are very disturbed. Interesting. Yeah, we may not like you, but we love you. You're human too. Nowhere. How is that saving the children? Yeah, that is definitely a little problem. Oh, all right. Well, that's There we go. Just send that on over. We'll see how long that takes to take effect. Oh, is Scenic cute? Rabbit wants to know. I mean, they might, just based off of fucking their rhetoric, Rabbit, they might be underage. So. That's not great footage. Just a fucking helicopter doing the rounds. Scenic, unlike you, we probably don't care what race you are. I know that's probably the first thing that comes to your mind. Wait, why am I addressing? Holy shit. Fucking just... yeah, that's... Yeah, my fault. Anyway, I glanced at the screen, saw the fucking comment, and just went into autopilot. Hey there, Karina. How was your work day?
It's my possible daughter.
Hey, puppy. It was okay. Dealing with the constant back pain is always it's always an effort, but got through it strong. So that was good.
Why back pain?
I have always had chronic back pain for the last 4 years. I fell down a flight of stairs and hit every one going down.
That sucks. Gates.
Canadian winters, watch out. Look out for ice. It's a legit thing. Don't.
All right, Skeptic. Take care of yourself. Say hi to Momo. Ball gags can make anyone prettier, says Rabbit.
Nice, Skeptic.
Oh, Jesus.
To be honest,
Rabbit.
I kind of agree with Rabbit. Yeah.
There's definitely been people I've been sexually attracted to in my life where after a few minutes of talking, they just weren't attractive anymore. Legitimately, they were just getting uglier and uglier, by the minute. It was fucking ridiculous.
I'm really afraid of herniated discs myself, I don't know. It's supposedly not, but if I get an X-ray, I'll know for sure.
I was gonna say, have you had it checked out?
I've had it checked out by many doctors, but I haven't had an actual X-ray.
No MRI, no CAT scans, no MRIs, no X-rays. You've had no imaging done.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works here.
Your doctors are incompetent.
You go to the hospital for that, and the only way to do that is through emergency, where understandably there will be a lot more people ahead of you in emergency.
Well, still, you might as well get it done.
Basically, I have to go to a specialist, which will cost me a lot of money.
I can remember a few different people in my lifetime that were really good looking to me and stuff, and then all of a sudden they open up their mouth and no.
Right? You're just like, oh, God. Well,
it reminds me of a George Thorogood song.
For anyone asking, I am Canadian, so yes, we have a different medical system than you Americans, and I understand it's odd. There are major plus and minuses to it, and if you can't afford medical like most Americans can't, you're only a little bit better off in Canada.
Oh. Bye, Scenic.
Oh, did somebody cross a line?
I'd like to say we'll miss you, but I mean, I doubt your own mother would miss you, quite frankly.
His mom probably keeps asking him when he's gonna get the fuck out of her house.
Goodness, the argument he kept using at me was driving me nuts because I couldn't wrap my brain where the fuck they got this, and I'm like, they only could have got this from a stupid YouTuber. They're saying like, oh, saying you condemn transphobia is you being ableist, and it's like, where is bigotry considered?
That person is doing the traditional bad faith argumentation. That's what they're doing. Yeah. They will pivot, shift, and gaslight and misdefine intentionally in order to provide themselves, bad faith and inorganic political cover for whatever shit take that they're attempting to make, whether it's, homophobic, transphobic, anti-Semitic, racist, fucking, it doesn't matter. It's just one giant pool of toxic behavior patterns. Yes, nowhere. We were nice. We were way nicer than most communities would be. Most communities would have banned his ass, like, right out of the gate.
I did tell him to shut the fuck up once and called him a chud another time.
Well.
To be honest, that's me being restrained when it comes to bigots, though. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
How is everyone doing tonight?
Like I said, I invited, fucking come have the conversation, but they never do. They're always a coward. Jesus.
Yeah, I think we are going to see like a 14-year-old get up on the mic and try their hardest to sound like an adult.
We had a 14-year-old fucking one time try and convince us that he had dual master's degrees in psychology and something else. It's a whole fucking thing. And fucking just like disconnected and said, oh, the dial-up in my office is bad. And we're like, you dial up in your office as a...
I don't...
Like, come on. Like, the whole thing was just stupid.
Suddenly those 2 master degrees are in question. If they exist, is this person 89 years old and just refuses to update?
It's straight. I remember that. Yeah, remember? That fucking kid tried to tell us that he was a goddamn trained psychologist and maybe psychiatrist. I don't know. It's a little hazy at this point. But yeah, it's like, and everybody, as soon as they heard his voice, they're like, you're like 14. Like, we can hear that you haven't actually gone all the way through puberty yet.
Oh, goodness.
Like, for real. Like, you're not even supposed to be on this channel because it's marked mature. Like, what are you doing? Trying to convince us that you have a psych degree.
Okay. I was I think I've already explained it on chat. When I do commission arts, often it's for furries, often not safe for work. So yes, furry porn artists. Let's lay that out front right away. These asshats, children, try and get past every TOS they can fucking get. And like, if their parents email you, which I've had, and they're like, I can't believe you drew this for my child. I'm like, I can't believe your child lied to me about their age and used your credit card. I'm sorry.
I can't believe your child wants, like, you do realize your like 13-year-old is looking at, is commissioning bespoke artwork of a dragon fucking a Volkswagen, right? Like,
no, this one was of a zebra girl grinding on a blown up balloon, because fetishes.
Fair enough. Netscape tends to clog the dial-up. Yeah.
Yahoo Zippy!
Yeah, that's the typewriter. Guy who was having trouble breathing while on air with you. Dude, that guy was trippy. Yeah, he was an interesting one too, for sure. Just it was weird. It was weird. It was legitimately like, what the fuck is going on the other side? Like, are you taking care of business over there? Like, what's going on, bro?
But hi, I have so many theories that I need to share, but I no, Esmodek!
I don't know. Your father. Kai, I hate to inform you that you do not have a wife. Oh, shit. Yeah, your arguments are invalid, therefore. His bulldog was sharing the mic. Dude, it was weird. That guy was fucking weird. He was the guy who... Oh, God, there's something there. It's somebody... What was his position? He came in... Was he the guy who... Oh, that's Risque! That's Risque! Fucking the dude who... The heavy breather was the Risque guy, wasn't he? And yes, he was the one complaining about all of the like homosexual and transgendered emotes on Twitch, and how risque, how Twitch is promoting a risque lifestyle. And he mangled the spelling of risque so badly that no one knew what he was talking about. Like, he's in chat, like, and we're like, yeah, we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And
what does risk with an E on the end mean?
It was so fucking weird. And so yeah, Rabbit, that was that dude. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, I knew there was something. It was just hanging around in the background. Something about that heavy breather. Yeah, we had a long conversation about the risque nature of Twitch's emotes and the promotion of a homosexual lifestyle and agenda. It's one of those. All the while, it sounded like he was masturbating in the background, quite frankly.
Oh my goodness, this sounds like a magical day.
Zippy.
You were here for the Parsley Balls troll, and that idiot who gave up his ex mop for Valentine's. Well, the mop was just last week. Parsley Balls was last month sometime. Risque was a few months ago minimum. Yeah. Are the emotes turning the frogs gay again? Yeah, exactly, Wither. Like, it was just a butchered spelling of risque. And nobody could, we just didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And I criticized his spelling, and he, for the first 30 minutes, basically was like, oh, you're being a grammar Nazi. I'm like, no, motherfucker, nobody knew what you were talking about. Your spelling was so horrible that we couldn't even contextually understand what you were talking about. Right? Like, it's not being a grammar Nazi when the function of language has broken down due to your poor usage of it. Like, sorry. Like, you have to at least get it into the ballpark. A Rev. Okay, that was you with the mop. Fair enough. Okay. Thank you. Oh, interesting. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, apparently Scenic is still fucking... He sent Estrella a fucking, whisper. The streamer is 40 years old with nothing better to do but say mean comments about me and my mother. How pathetic. He doesn't even have a wife. That or they have a terrible relationship if he doesn't even talk to her past 10 p.m. And Estrella just laughed my ass off. You're right, I don't have a wife.
I don't think he understands, how on the ball anarcho-gay communism is in this chat. That's an ironic statement.
I will...
But, the elements are there.
Hey, Scenic, I'll tell my large ex-military black boyfriend that later tonight, and I'm sure we'll both get a giggle out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand these fucking people. Yeah, that's like top tier DMs, no wife. Like, it's like, you don't even have a wife. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. If I had a wife, I'd have failed pretty miserably as a gay dude.
Granted, they might make an exception if you hooked up with a man with a vagina, but that would also still be indicative of transphobia. Plus, you seem to be a bottom, so don't think that's going to be a thing.
No, that doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
What's wrong with fully trans?
What's wrong with not having a wife? It's probably the question number one.
I mean, if I'm completely honest, I have an ex that was fully transitioned. So what?
Yeah, right synergy?
No,
wife? God, how do you live with yourself? I know, right? Especially as a gay man, it's really complicated.
Wait, I am 49, getting close to being 50, and I haven't been married not once.
Rabbit, and once again, no DMs from me. Yeah, telling you, Rabbit, it's they're racist. They're racist, 100%. Whether they know or not.
Although I have kids, so
I
don't know.
That is amazing. So that was 11:05.
I'm here, puppy.
Interesting. So that was like 11:05. So this motherfucker's still here. Fister, I have a wife. They're overrated.
Oh my God, Womp is back.
I chose not to notice.
Womp!
RV. I just remember a guy that came here saying that if you don't have kids, you can't talk about genocide, then proceeded to ask people to come fight him in real life. Oh, God. I can't even remember that specific one because we had actually a couple that did the, like, fight me routine. Elliot.
Has that ever won an argument? Like, why is this such a thing they do online?
I just want to, I kind of want to unban them and see what they have to say for fucking, like, me not having a wife. That's funny to me. I'm sorry. I just adore this. This is great. He doesn't even have a wife. Yeah. Like, that's a win, bro. It's a win. It's nothing against women. It's something against the institution of marriage for sure. But, you know, yeah, it's kind of.
Wizard King says that you're awesome, by the way, Karina.
That is all just surprise kind. Wither just likes to do surprise kindness. That's one
I
hit.
appreciate you, Wither. Thank you.
Rabbit. I even hit on him and didn't even get a DM, jerk. It's because I'm not white enough. I see how it is. See, Rabbit?
Rabbit.
Well, Lotta, I could get married to in this state. Like, it's legal nationally. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I could get married. I don't need a wife for tax benefits either. But if you want tax benefits, why are you getting married? Set up a trust fund and incorporate. What are you doing some weird bullshit? Well, maybe, I'm fucking promising to love somebody in 50 years time is the same as promising to be lucky, in my opinion. That's not a thing you can guarantee. That's not a promise you can make. And so I don't know why we're bringing legal institutions into this highly nebulous arena of human emotion and bonding pairs and shit like that. Not a good idea, in my opinion. You want the tax breaks, go set up a trust fund and incorporate some shit. You'll get more tax breaks than you ever would being a married person. So, yeah. Rev, I'm so white that one branch of my ancestry literally ruled England. Literally.
Well, why don't you send some of that royalty over here, bro? Like, you know, hook brothers up.
Or keep them over there.
Over there, yeah.
Let's see. How can people tell your race or gender from a Twitch name? I mean, unless you put it in there, you can't be over. But Rabbit made it readily, abundantly clear what Rabbit was interested in. So. Oh, do we have an update? We have an update. Can you, Estrella asked, can your wife define what state means? Estrella, you're getting really good at the troll stuff. You really are.
Estrella, I'm gonna need you to come over to my stream every once in a while to help me out so that I can, you know, sit back and just.
Oh, Scenic, you're adorable. Sweetheart, you have no idea. Scenic is asking how life is in the lower class. I don't know, sweetheart. I've never been a member.
I can't even see Scenic talking.
Well, no. I'm looking at the chat log. The Whisper, Estrella has been posting the Whispers log to the Discord server, and yeah, they haven't quite understood that they were the joke the entire time. That I just, you know, I feel sorry.
Of points, even pair bond. Why the fuck did, like, this is all just a human.
Oh, I had a really interesting, what was it? Where is it? Oh, people in same-sex relationships have larger social networks than people in different sex relationships. They also comprise more friends and fewer family of origin ties. This is according to a Dutch study. So basically what they were suggesting is that marginalized communities employ what's called resilience strategies to counteract social exclusion. And by extension, what they end up doing is creating a more secure and expansive social framework for themselves to fall back upon. They have a larger social safety net as a result than even those with dedicated family of origin ties to fall back upon. Praxis.
Well said. There is also at least a smaller argument to be made that our heavily gendered society also made being men and women being friends more difficult than it should be if you aren't willing to break down those barriers in trying to be friends.
Rabbit.
True.
Rabbit. Bad. Rabbit just said it's called dating pool, Kai. This is why y'all need to hang out with a bunch of fucking straight dudes. Just like a room full of fucking straight dudes. No options. You're not going to be able to bang them. They're not interested in you. Like Kinsey ones. Like, no. You need to know what that feels like.
I need to know what it feels like the opposite direction. I need to be around more of my peers.
Let's see. What was that? Question is same-sex marriages, do they have the same friends? I can see husbands not being able to be over. Oh, I mean, we don't. I mean, we're not married, so I can't even, we refuse to even live together, quite frankly. Because we're smart. I was like, I just want some space of my own. Yeah, well, you shouldn't surrender your own space in the first place. A rabbit, I feel no shame. Oh wait, are we going with the one drop rule? In that case, I'm definitely not white. Rev. Oh, what do we got up here? I mean, whether I probably could. It depends how receptive you are to it. But yeah, I probably could. So nobody fucking fills in gaps for themselves. Wither's asking me to hypnotize him behind the scenes. But yeah, I will consider. I will consider that. Wither. Secret to a great marriage, says Estrella. Don't. Yeah. It honestly is. That's secret to the best marriage. Secret to a happy marriage, says Rabbit, separate houses. Dude, I'm telling you. Unless they're wealthy, I'll take one for the team. You can
like love should be a contract, then don't make it one.
Fucking yeah. If they're wealthy, you can easily have like cottages and beach houses and be like, you know, honey, I'm really feeling like the beach. All right, well, I have business in town, so yeah, okay, I'll take the Benz down to the beach, and you know, maybe me and the girls will go spend the weekend there. That's very much how that side lives. So, yeah, you can definitely get your distance even if you're married. Fister, having a wife though does make dating a lot more exciting. Yeah, exactly. Be over wings, Range Rover. It's a whole fucking thing. You just, you know. Straya, Jesus Christ. Talking about Straya talking about being married to a wealthy person goes, oh no, I was just trying to get rid of some rats with some rat poison. I don't know what happened. Again, RV. Any and all of marriage's financial advantages can be had or superseded with a properly set up trust and incorporation. Telling you, there's nothing marriage brings to the table that a good accountant and attorney can't beat. So, Estrella, that's praxis. Yeah, that's just definitely the way it goes. What we got? Oh, hang on, I have a notification over here on fucking YouTube. Interesting. Truth 100, I hear you. Yeah, there's no reason to fucking get married. There just isn't. I'm sorry. It's a goofy ass fucking idea to start with. I once again, I quote Doug Stanhope. Baby, what you and I got going on is so powerful, we need to get the government in on this shit. Said no one ever. It's a stupid ass idea. Well, you have to know a good accountant. Not everyone knows that. Well, Wada, I can't help you with that one. Elliot, I've been saying this to my friends for years. Bro, they're using more toxic tear gas in Minnesota. The same stuff the feds held me down in. Oh, forget the name of it, Kaiser, off the top of my head, but sure. Except employer-based medical insurance and Social Security widows benefits. Wonder if you could. Maybe. Obviously, we shouldn't make absolutes. There's actual reasons to get married. Yeah, if you're trying to, scam the green card system. I mean, again, I would never advocate for that something laws of your locality.
Don't do bad things. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, that. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start it. I want to see how high we can get it. Fucking. See if I can sneak some of these fuckers in. For two friends put in their early 20s, spent $15,000 on a wedding, putting themselves in debt. Like why? Oh, Jesus Christ! 2001 Petrodactyl and members of the Rainbow Push Coalition as domestic terrorists. Yeah, that's par for the course. All right, It's been a bit. I don't know. It's been okay. We're coming up on 6 hours. Is that okay with you, Sue?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. Bye, Scenic. We still love you. We still care about you. Maybe I'll unban you. But yeah. Catch y'all later. Take care of yourselves. Hope you're as well as you can be. Let's go see Curio.
Night, everyone.
All right.